Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm JTG, aka Jay the God.
AKA the Human Shopping Channel come to life. A brand new Wrestling Insiders Week in Review begins now. Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to Decade 3 of Boston Wrestling Sports here on Wrestling Insiders Week in Review. It is Saturday, October the 16th, 2021. I've been having the time of my baseball life. Was at all three Red Sox home playoff games thus far. 3 wins between the wild card victory over the Yankees, then the walk-off wins back-to-back nights against the Rays. It was amazing, and this is coming from someone that's been to several hundred baseball games in their lives. I'm looking forward to the ALDS. If you're a baseball fan, I hope your team is doing well too. As I told you, as I warned you to enjoy those summer weekends, they are gone as we are here and now mid-October. Mid-October, there's a chill in the air, even for reasonably nice days we've been having here in Boston. Can you believe that we're now just 4 weeks away from Boston Wrestling MWF's 20th anniversary bash at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Saturday night, November the 13th, is the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow go back to the 90s with live wrestling, an autograph photo, fan fest, VIP exclusive Q&A, plus the kickoff to the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. It is going to be an amazing, memorable experience here in Boston with a stacked lineup of early 90s and new generation WWF superstars joining us, including WWE Hall of Famers Hacksaw Jim Duggan and Bob Backlund, former WWE Intercontinental and Tag Team Champion, my partner in crime, Marty Jannetty, manager extraordinaire, the Doctor of Style Slick, the massive Wild Berzerker, the second Doink the Clown, the man that went to war with Bam Bam Bigelow and Luna Vachon at WrestleMania 10, the Chris Christopher of the WWF. We're talking about the man that took out the trash, Duke the Dumpster Droese. What about the man that Ted DiBiase tried to buy the night of his Monday Night Raw debut, Aldo Montoya, an athlete that was certainly just incredible. And those are just the 8 VIP guests, folks. On top of that, we'll see JTG of Cryme Time in action. John Cena Sr. will certainly be in the thick of things. Our Vice President, Oscar of Men on a Mission, the WWF Tag Team Championship manager, will be in the house. VIP packages and tickets are flying. Get yours now at bostonwrestling.com. Want to note, to save our sanity, the prices are going to go up $5 the week of the event across the board because it's so much work to put an event like this together with such a small staff. Let me tell you, you won't be attending some indie show or a WWE TV taping where you won't remember the matches a week later. On Saturday, November the 13th, we're going to give you memories that will last a lifetime. Guaranteed. Here on Wrestling Insiders Week in Review, as always, it's one-stop shopping as we bring you all 5 of our weeknight talk shows in one supersized episode. Give you guys a chance to chat away in the premiere box. Don't forget the Super Chat is open for business. Thumbs up are appreciated, along with subscribing to the channel if you're enjoying the show. Tonight we kick things off with, again, WWF Tag Team Championship manager Oscar of Men on a Mission, shooting on President David Reese's big moves. AEW, lack of interest in Survivor Series, behind-the-scenes happenings leading into our 20th anniversary event on November the 13th, and more. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, another WWE Monday Night Raw in the books this week from San Francisco, California. Earlier tonight, if you missed it, we had the premiere of Rey Mysterio's Cauliflower Alley Club Lucha Libre Award presentation from Las Vegas, Nevada last month. It is available online now. But get ready, kick back, and relax for the premiere of everybody's favorite Monday night tradition after Monday Night Raw, I can only be talking about one thing, the man that is the vice president of Boston Wrestling, MWF. He is a former WWF Tag Team Championship manager that nearly blew the roof off of every major arena from coast to coast and around the globe. I can only be talking about the O in Men on a Mission, Oscar. Oscar, it is a pleasure to have you with us yet again here on Monday nights, baby.
Hey, man, good afternoon, Daniel. How are you?
Yeah, you remember that Michael Jackson song, Just Beat It?
Yeah.
We've come up with the song, Just Pig It, Pig It. I'm about pigging it out, but at least it's a holiday. I am escaping the confines of the studio a little early again. I've got to see 2 great baseball games this week with the third today. I don't treat myself too much in life, as I'm usually glued to this studio for at least 10 to sometimes even 12 or more hours a day. But you know what? It is the Red Sox. They're in the playoffs. I'm happy. The Yankees wild card game was out of control with the electricity and excitement. And then last night, I think one of the great sports games in Boston sports history with that walk-off home run in the bottom of the 14th inning. I don't know how much of a baseball fan you are, but to me, it was great. I was happy to go.
Well, I'm glad you got. I'm glad you get to do some recreational things, at least to take your mind off the BS, if not for just a while.
Well, you know what? Not everybody is as lucky as you to have a dreamy Mimi to go home to. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know, but things are really, really stressful down here, and hot Atlanta just ain't so hot right now.
Well, are you with the little one that you mentioned?
No, we cannot get the little one because we don't have a place to live yet.
So where is this baby right now? Just roaming the streets, or?
Yeah, the baby's with her grandmother in Michigan.
In Michigan?
Yeah.
Now, how are you going to get the baby from Michigan to Atlanta?
Well, the baby's man, this is kind of complicated. Okay, the baby's great-grandmother, that's where she's at now. But the grandmother is coming to move down here to the Atlanta area. And when she comes, she going to bring the baby with her and give us the baby.
So they're going to drop off the baby almost like a bag of groceries or something.
They're going to drop off the baby like a bag of potatoes. You got
it. Now, you told me you were checking into a hotel. What is going on with your situation? I know you were told by your landlord that you couldn't have this baby.
I cheated myself. I spent the last 4 days at this hotel called the Wingate, and it was not the worst place that you can be, but it wasn't the best. So I got fed up with it yesterday, and now I'm at a Courtyard by Marriott, and I done cheated myself. I should have been here at the Courtyard the whole time. It was just like $5 more a night, and this is miles from what I was staying in.
Yeah. Well, that's good that you found a place that at least it was in the same ballpark financially and you like it more.
Yeah, no, this is great in comparison. I'm really comfortable right now, but I'm not comfortable knowing that I'm spending money, but, gonna need money to move. So, every dollar that you spend saps away from, you don't know how much it's gonna cost to move into a place. I mean, and
and you just moved on top of it.
Yeah, I've come to find that when you gotta move and you need a place apartment or something, that's not something that you can easily throw money at. There's other factors involved, your credit score, your this, your that, a background. So you can have, $100,000, but that don't mean nothing if, your paperwork ain't right. And and moving is really a pain. It's painstaking and ugh.
It's one of the worst experiences I think a human being can go through. I hate moving.
And then you find a place, and the aesthetic of moving itself. I mean, if you can't afford to hire some guys, you got a bad back, a bad heart, and old man, and
I can't see you moving too many couches at this point.
I ain't moving nothing. I'm paying guys, and that's another expense. But I sit down out the way and let them do all the work. Dreamy Mimi is like a crack rabbit. She just got to be doing stuff. I'll be like, sit down, put that down. That's what you're paying guys for. She makes me sick with that.
Now, where is Mimi? Is she at the hotel or is she traveling?
No, she's here.
Oh, she's at the hotel too. All right.
Yeah.
Well, that's good then. At least you're not alone. I know for a while Mimi was in Indiana trying to get things done, and you were in Atlanta just trying to keep an eye on things.
Yeah, everything is out of Indiana. Everything is here in storage. So now it's just the process now of doing all the paperwork and
So have you found a place and they're going through the process, or you're still looking?
No, I've actually found a condo.
Oh, okay.
And we're going back and forth with the lady now.
Okay. So you think you're close?
Yeah, I mean, it's a thing that where we couldn't find a place, and then just the other day we found like 10 places.
Oh,
so,
wow.
Yeah,
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, we are close. We'll have something by the end of the week.
Have you spoke to David Reese about it?
Not about this.
No.
But I have spoken to him, and
well, you are president and vice president. You should be in communication.
He is 2 steps away from finalizing that major deal that we've been discussing, and in all actuality, he actually finalized the deal. To be honest, he's just getting ready to go through orientation.
Orientation, really? Someone at the level of David Reese needs an orientation?
Well, he needs an orientation to have a Skype call to meet with the principals just to introduce himself and everything like that, and all that other stuff like that. I mean, basically, I can tell you all, David Reese is on board with AEW. This is the big announcement. He's going to be with AEW. He's going to be their on board, psychiatrist and counselor, sort of a therapist, which is what we've been talking about for years that the industry needs. They need a professional guy that the talent can come to and talk to when they've got problems. He's had a couple of sessions already. I can't say who with, that's confidential, but he has had a couple of sessions, and he's about got this thing, kicked into full gear. Now, he's not a wrestling aficionado, a former in-ring worker, but I am going to help him navigate through the waters of that particular side of what he's doing. So our dream is coming true to be able to help talent in just the way that we've always described we wanted to help talent.
Well, you know what? They couldn't have found a better man for the job, that's for sure.
No, they could not have found a better man for the job. You got that right. He's empathetic. He's professional. He treats confidentiality, because I've known David Reese probably about 10 years now, and he's not yet once mentioned a name of a person he's treated. And there's nothing wrong. I respect him to the highest level of respect by doing that, because he takes his oath very seriously. He takes his job very seriously. He works hard at it, and AEW could not have a better man for that position.
Well, I guess WWE's loss is AEW's gain, like you could say about a lot of people lately.
There's WWE's loss, and AEW's game follows the spectrum of a whole lot of different places these days. And I'm sorry to say that because, I've been a loyalist for WWE for years, ever since they gave me an opportunity. But these days, it is what it is. I mean, they have really, and I believe it. I believe they're going to step up, and I believe they're going to step up and be the leader in this sport by far. Because they're going to, they're going to put the resources behind doing that. I believe it. I believe it. But let's be real. I believe it. But that don't mean it's going to be so, because if AEW keeps doing this and WWE is just, it's going to have, whatever, they're really going to be, not really going to be, they're really going to maintain the competitiveness that they're maintaining across the board in the wrestling industry. And it's just amazing to see. I never thought I'd see it in my lifetime, but here it is.
Yeah, what is that?
WWE actually having some full-on competition.
Well, you saw it with WCW in the 90s.
No. When I say that, I say see it again.
Again. I see
WWE was by itself and running in the field alone. Could nobody touch him or get close. ROH wasn't close. Impact wasn't close. They were independents compared to what WWE is, but AEW is not. AEW is really, really kicking ass.
Well, you know what? It's really the only wrestling promotion in the country right now that has positive momentum behind it. So that's a great thing for the industry overall, and now even better for the company and those individuals working in the company. They have a resource as President Dr. David Reese. Everybody's winning. That is a very, very winning situation. And, I'm proud of Dr. Reese to be, to be in this position. And for those people who, put his name out there and was talking bad about him, I ain't gonna mention no names, talking bad about him, talking about what is he doing, this, that. First of all, it was never his responsibility. You understand what I'm saying? Well, people want to badmouth. It was never his responsibility. Who was bad? I don't understand. Who was bad-mouthing him and why?
Well, I'll say there was a comment by Mo talking about, well, what is Dr. Reese doing about this, that, and the other thing? Yeah. So, but it was not, I didn't understand that because it was never his responsibility to do anything. His responsibility was for the world at large, not wrestling at all. But when wrestling approached him, him being the super duper fan of wrestling that he is and caring about wrestling and sports and entertainment the way he does, he jumped on the bandwagon without even blinking.
Well, and you know what? I think it's going to pay dividends for that company. I think it's good for them to have an active resource. I know WWE has sent out a memo to the talent that if they're in need of mental health assistance, they're willing to try and help the cause. But I don't think it's at this level where they're going to have someone on board on a regular basis.
Yeah, no, first of all, kudos to the WWE. Something they should have did a lot. They needed that, and I've said this 1,000 times. They needed a mental health resource far more than they needed drug and rehab, which they were behind and paying for in droves all these years. So, and while that was going on, everybody was just going crazy, period. So, they needed therapy back when I was there, back in the 90s. I asked about therapy, and I was told, no, we don't have nothing like that. Because I really needed it because the things I was going through, I really felt like I was getting depressed, and I really felt like I was, losing my mind. I wanted to quit because it had gotten that bad. And it was God himself that brought me out of it because that's the only thing that kept me there. Not to get religious or or anything, anything. I'm never gonna not thank God for where I'm at, and what brought me through things in life. Never gonna deny that. Always gonna say it. But I needed help. I really did. But they didn't have the resource. They didn't have nothing close to it. And over the years, what have I been telling you? What have I been saying?
That they should have it.
That they should have it. I've been saying it and saying it and saying it and saying it. So now, now they okay, so we're gonna do this. But like you just said, AEW done put it one step further. They got a guy, even if it wasn't Reese. Good. You got a guy on board that the talent can go to at any time when they got a mental crisis or a mental problem. It's gonna negate suicides. It's gonna negate in-ring accidents because a guy done lost his mind. It's gonna a lot of backstage tension will be down now because people got somebody that they can talk to.
Well, again, I think everybody's a winner in this situation in AEW, if nothing else.
No. And this is one of the most important steps in wrestling that I've seen in a long time across the board.
Well, hopefully it goes half as well as it looks on paper, and then, like I said, I think everybody wins.
If it does, Reese is going to be up. When AEW have Hall of Fame awards, Reese should be at the top of the list.
Reese, you think will go into the AEW Hall of Fame?
And this whole thing needs to go well. If he does it, I'm not saying he will. If he does it, he will. If this thing goes half as good as what it should look like, he would deserve that honor because he would be a key figure keeping the business on track.
Well, and what more can you ask for?
No, you can't ask for nothing else. I'm praying for him. God bless him, and I'm there to help him in any way I can.
All right. Well, you know what? We look forward to hearing more from President Reese, what that's going to mean to his time here in Boston Wrestling MWF. But on to other news and notes in the world of professional wrestling before we hit the timeout. What did you think of the WWE draft, Oscar? Kind of underwhelming? Something that I think is becoming kind of boring and stale every year now. Your thoughts on the recent draft?
I don't understand. I understand two different shows. I don't understand two different brands. The whole thing would be better if everybody could just go where they're needed and great matches are created, just across the board on a constant basis. You don't need two brands where over here these guys are having matches and these guys are having that one title situation over there and then vice versa. Everybody just go wherever it is they needed to make a good damn product and it would be a better show. But that's me. That's just my opinion.
I disagree with you 110% on that. I think the best thing they can do is try and differentiate each show to have its own identity. The problem is they go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Then over the course of the year, they allow the talent to interact with each other on TV. They have the Survivor Series, brand versus brand, just a few weeks after the draft takes place. We're going to talk about Survivor Series after the break. But it's just, to me, I would set it up different, and I mentioned this on one of our other talk shows. I think the draft should be shortly after WrestleMania, and what I would do is I would allow each show to draft maybe 2 or 3 NXT superstars to kind of freshen things up. It's almost like everyone involved in the WWE draft has never seen how a Major League Sports draft occurs and how it's executed and what it means. For WWE, it's just, throwing out names at random with really no rhyme and reason behind it. And I think
so what you're saying is before there was a SmackDown, when we just went wherever the hell we needed, that didn't work then, right?
I think they should treat it as two different companies. I think you should almost look at it like WWE is Major League Baseball. One team is the Red Sox, one team is the Yankees, one team are the Orioles, and instead you have Raw, SmackDown, and NXT.
All right, well, how about this? Why WrestleMania can't be like the World Series where the top guy from SmackDown, there's one title, right? One. The top guy from SmackDown or the top guy from Raw vie it out at WrestleMania, and then whoever wins that wins the World Championship.
That's what they try and do at Survivor Series every year, and again, it's turned into kind of a flat concept because you have a draft that takes place just 6 weeks before Survivor Series, and then all of a sudden, these brands are supposed to care so much about who's on the other show that they want to fight it out for brand supremacy, and it's boring. It's been overdone. I like your concept better. I'm big on the idea of, I think there should just be one world champion, period, for the men and the women, and that they float to both shows. But that's just one man's opinion.
Yeah, well, that's not the way it is right now. And when AEW, and I honestly still think that they're structuring, when AEW gets the structure, because they have a myriad of talent. Oh my God, there's so many people. Do you see them creating a couple of brands like that? I don't know, to kind of like even things out, because they got a lot of people.
Once they're able to distinguish themselves a little bit more in the world of professional wrestling, I think they should. Have Dynamite be one show, have Rampage be another brand, is what I meant to say. With two split rosters. But you know what? I think while they have found great success for a company that's only been on television for 2 years, to the casual fan, to the average fan, there's still a lot of people that aren't familiar with who they are and what they do. There's maybe some fans that know that it exists, but they really haven't had a chance to sample too much of it. So if I was AEW, I would focus on establishing themselves more and more to try and get that casual average fan to familiarize themselves with the product. And then maybe 2-3 years from now, go the route of Raw and SmackDown, where they have two separate identities, two separate brands, and go in that direction. But I think right now, AEW is still so new. They're still in the feeling out process. There's still a lot of things they don't do right, and that's not a knock against them. I mean, it's growing pains. It's going to happen in any company, whether you're talking about wrestling, whether you're talking about sports, whether you're talking about setting up a shoe shop. You know what I mean? It's just, that's the nature of the beast. When you have something new, you're going to make mistakes along the way. But luckily for AEW, the past few months, the shows have been just improving so much, and the quality is improving so much, and the segments that I wouldn't have put on national TV early on that AEW chose to feature, there's not as much of that anymore, and I think that's great for them. I think it's great for the wrestling fans. For those that say, well, look, Dynamite's rating is through the roof, I mean, a lot of that has to do with NXT changing nights. There's no wrestling fan having to choose going back and forth station to station. But you know what? As long as those numbers continue to hold steady, it really doesn't matter, as long as those eyeballs are watching. So that's another positive for them. So they have a lot of things going right for them. There's still a few things I think they could improve upon. But the big thing is identity of AEW. When you say pro wrestling, people think WWE. There was a point, in the late 90s, as you recall, that WCW was right there with them. And at this point, I don't think, while AEW has found great success in their first 2 years, I don't think the average Joe on the street really knows what AEW is. And if I was Tony Khan, that would be one of my big picture goals, beyond the quality of the week-to-week television shows and the pay-per-views, is to try and get that name out there embedded in the average person's head. How they do that? You could look at it in many different ways. They tried the Tyson route and the Shaquille O'Neal route. But I mean, is it an advertising campaign? I remember seeing an ad for it, I believe, on one of the NBC Sunday Night Football games of the week. I think that's a great start. It's not something that's going to happen quick. WWE, for better or worse, has been around since the early 60s. And even before that, when you look at the work that Jess McMahon did, and even Vince McMahon Sr. before they formed the WWF with Buddy Rogers as the first champion. So I think it's going to take time. It's going to take a little bit of patience. But, with the money that AEW has, the talent pool that they're creating, I don't think it's impossible. What do you think?
I agree with everything you said. AEW is, kind of obscure right now in the grand scheme of things. But you can't dispel the momentum that they've got right now. How long are they really going to be like that? Because, they acquired CM Punk. What kind of major move is that? You understand? He has the potential to be a breakout star in so many ways. CM Punk has the talent to be a major movie star. And WWE was on the map, but The Rock did it, and that put him majorly on The Rock. People that don't know wrestling know The Rock.
Right. And I think that's the point I'm almost making with WWE and AEW. There's a couple of million wrestling fans that are familiar with AEW. If you went around the United States, I don't know what the population is, but I know it's over 300 million people. I would say, for better or worse, the majority of those people, even if they detest pro wrestling, they know what WWE is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's that. If I'm Tony Khan, that would be my big picture.
My goal they don't know what WWE is, but the name is everywhere. So that would be my goal if I'm Tony Khan too. When you hear AEW, you may not watch it, but you know what it is. Right. When you hear WWE, you know what it is, whether you watch wrestling or not.
Right. Yeah.
You can do a poll on the street, and 8 out of 10 people that you ask, do you know what WWE is? People are going to say, it has something to do with wrestling.
Right.
So that's what Tony Khan, that's what he should be, and if not, he's smart. That's what he's aspiring to. Do you know what AEW is? It's got something to do with wrestling. Yeah. So, once you get that, then, you on your way to bigger numbers and better. Because, see, people know what WWE is. For a lot of people, curiosity puts asses in seats. Curiosity has people tune on their television. They know the name, so they're going to tune to it to see what it is. And if they like what they see, bam, you got a loyal week-to-week fan just like that.
There you go.
It's a great campaign.
All right, wrestling fans, what do you think? If you're watching along during the premiere after Raw, share your thoughts in the premiere chat box on the right side of the screen. Don't forget that super chat button is always open. If you're not watching during the premiere, leave your thoughts in the comment section below. Let YouTube know that you're interacting and engaging with us. Give the show a thumbs up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's free. You get access to over 2,000 free videos. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out. When we come back on the flip side, we'll have more with the man on a mission himself, Oscar. We'll be right back. Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Baltimore Civic Center in Baltimore, Maryland, Friday, October the 11th, 1985. In the opening contest, Scott McGee beat Rene Goulet. Corporal Kirchner with the win over Barry O. Macho Man Randy Savage defeated S.D. Jones. Tony Gurria victorious over Tom Rice, replacing the Masked Superstar. In the main event, Andre the Giant, Barry Windham, and Mike Rotundo beat Big John Studd, King Kong Bundy, and Bobby the Brain Heenan. WWF Tag Team Champions, the Dream Team, retain the titles over the British Bulldogs, and the Junkyard Dog with the win over Nikolai Volkov. If you were in Baltimore live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service, so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders Monday Night Mission, your treat after what could be a outstanding or a lackluster 3-hour WWE Monday Night Raw, depending upon your point of view. What do you got?
I got a great segment for right now for the next five minutes.
All right.
Read some comments from some fans. We never do that.
You read some comments from fans.
I have not. I'm asking, telling you to read. No, read some comments from some fans because they write them and they deserve some of them, even if they're bad. They take the time to write them. So what we gonna do is pay tribute to y'all and read some of the stuff that y'all write into us.
Well, the problem is, Oscar, we're not live right now, so I can't read the comments.
You suck. Okay.
Well, I mean, if we were doing this at 11 o'clock on Monday night, I would be able to read their thoughts. But you know what? Maybe what I can do is I can take some notes from the comments and we can review them next week.
Yeah, take some notes from comments, even if they're bad. Maybe it's some stuff we could improve on. Maybe it's somebody that I can cuss out real quick. But whatever it is, we should pay homage to some of the people that take the time to listen to us.
Well, you know what?
On Monday night.
Without these great fans, there is not much of us.
That's right.
I know there's a lot of fans that are looking forward to meeting you, getting an autograph, a posed photo, Saturday night, November the 13th, from the historic Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. We're getting closer and closer and closer as I'm losing my mind more and more by the day about this big event. But you know what? Live wrestling, autograph photo, fan fest, VIP Q&A, a chance to not just see the stars, but meet the stars from that back to the 90s generation, the new generation of the World Wrestling Federation that you were such a big part of. I know the fans are excited to meet you along with a host of others. Again, Saturday night, November the 13th, Memorial Hall. We celebrate 20 years of Boston Wrestling MWF. It is amazing that it is 20 years, but I digress.
Yeah, so what's the latest with that? You resolve your differences with Piggott, or y'all still at it?
My situation is unresolved, but it's turning into more and more of a situation for Piggott. There is an ongoing, I don't know how deep I can dive into this, but there is an investigation with the City Hall going on towards Piggott.
Oh, well. Oh, God. Why are they investigating my friend Piggott?
I've been asked by the human resources folks not to discuss too much about it, but I do feel comfortable enough saying at least that there's an investigation going on about what's been a miserable 13-year experience having to deal with her in what is a beautiful, wonderful, first-class, a wonderful facility. It's aged a little bit. That's why we have they have their restoration fund to try and make those improvements that the venue needs. But, it hosted pro wrestling and boxing all the way back in the 1930s and 40s. And I love the venue. There's just, I guess what you could call a personality conflict that goes on everywhere. I've been trying to find a positive resolution to it since 2008. The great Mayor of Melrose we had, Mayor Dolan, was a great friend of ours, and he tried to help. But, right now there's a conflict of interest, so to speak, as the current mayor of the city is the brother-in-law of Piggott. So a lot is going on in my world when it comes to that venue.
And wait, clear this up for all of us, just to bring us up to speed. Piggott is who again?
She is the director of the hall.
She's the director of the hall.
And a major pain in my ass. When I spoke with President Reese, he diagnosed me with PTSD. He said it was Piggott traumatic stress syndrome. I said I've been suffering from it for over a decade, President. Piggott even disrespected David Reese.
Whoa. What you say about David Reese? Nobody should have nothing bad to say about David Reese. The sweetest guy on the planet.
Well, as we were trying to go over some of the logistics and whatnot, I had mentioned that, President Reese was the former resident psychiatrist at Melrose Wakefield Hospital, and when we are in such a crazy time in our world right now, especially with COVID madness still going on, I mentioned that the President Reese would be there, and she told Chairman Manolian, I don't need help from that doctor.
Ooh.
So, she even had...
The hell you don't.
I think she might need help from David Reese more than anyone, but that's a different story for a different time.
If she said it the way you just said it, does she sound like she crazy as hell?
Oh, that's how she says everything. That's how she says, unless there's a politician around, then it's a very different tone of voice. But
oh, is that right?
Oh, let me tell you, when we had our last telemeeting back in August, there was the mayor's assistant on the phone, and it was a very different tone of voice. I'm sure you remember the Facts of Life from back in the 80s, that sitcom. She sounded almost like the woman that she kind of resembles, Edna Garrett.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. If they were ever to make a movie or a documentary about the facts of life, I think she could play Mrs. Garrett, but I don't know. Certainly not personality-wise, but yeah, that's why they're called actors and actresses, I guess. Well, if she was a nice human being that treated people with respect instead of talking down to them like a dog, there would be no need for her.
It don't matter. You cannot fix somebody else's problem. The only person's problem you can fix is yours.
And she is my problem.
What I'm trying to tell you is you catch more flies with sugar than you do with vinegar. Meaning she got I told you this before. She got the leverage. You don't. You got to play the game. You try to get the building to manage your event and your affairs. So in order to do that, you got to eat some crow, put the shit back up in your ass, and you got to play the game, and you have got to play nice.
Once the check... Go ahead.
What?
No, go ahead.
Whether they play nice or not is not your affair. She is director of the building. You are not. Right now, she's in the building. I'm in the building. Everybody in the building. Your ass in the parking lot. You need to do something about that.
Well, we'll see. I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see what the outcome of the investigation at City Hall is. I'm looking forward to seeing what the outcome is.
See, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
What's that?
Forget.
Do you think I should tell them to drop the investigation?
Yeah, drop the investigation.
But
that will go a long way. That will go a long way to you. It's an old saying: to go along, you got to get along.
It wasn't
You're missing the point. It don't matter if it was mine, it wasn't mine, it wasn't her, it wasn't who. We need you in the damn building.
But my
so
point.
You gotta bite your tongue and maybe even be apologetic so that you can get the desired result you try to get to.
What I'm trying to say is the investigation was not my idea. That was human resources.
All right, well, you need to tell human resources from your perspective that, you know what, Piggy got her faults. I got my faults. We all do. Whatever it is, drop the investigation and then tell Piggott that you did her that favor, and then that'll smooth things over so that you can be in the house on November 13th. Then after that, you do all the investigations you want.
Well, like I said, even though we I guess respectfully disagree, since 2008 when she took over, I have been trying to find a positive resolution to this. I could reference. Yeah. We've had meetings at City Hall. I could reference, and that I attempted to try and find mutual ground. And as soon as I walked into the meeting with the mayor's aide, she said, "I refuse to talk about anything from the past. I'm here to talk about the future." Well, you know what? The future sucked as much as the past did.
Okay, all right. First of all, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
To start mending the fence. What the hell is her real name?
That's it.
Her real name ain't Piggott, damn it.
Yes, it is.
Her name is Piggott?
Yes. I'm about ready to fall out of my chair. Yes, that is her name.
That's her last name or her first name?
No, it's definitely her last name.
No.
Do you want to hear a funny story? Oh my God. And this goes back to before I even knew who she was. She was involved in I think it was like the 100-year parade in Melrose. And the people that hosted it, they didn't know who she was. And, they handed a sheet of paper, special thanks to blah, blah, blah. So they said it can't be pronounced Piggott. And her full last name is Piggott Broder. But when the host thanked her, they said, well, we'd like to give a special thanks to Kathy Piggott Broder. they tried to make it almost sound French and smooth. You know what I mean? But and to show you what they've dealt with, I guess she came. I wasn't here, so I can't take claim to this. But she walked in and she literally screamed out loud, "Whiz!" Whatever the man's name was that produced it, and she demanded, even though it was live and it aired and it was done, she demanded it to be re-edited with Piggott in the video, but there was no video to edit. But anyway, so she's just got a sparkling personality and reputation. I've spoken to people that have been involved with rentals there from the ages 20 to 70, and I have yet to find anyone that has had a much of a positive thing to say. I was assisting in a comedy special that took place in Melrose, and I just happened to be at the bar having a beverage with the, I don't want to go too deep into who the man was, but he rents the venue twice a year for a, I can't even, well, I wouldn't want to say it even if I did, but he rents it for a nonprofit reason. And he said, he almost sounded like he was speaking my words. He said, there's stress and issues every time we rent there. She's always trying to nickel and dime us and come up with another fee. It's just a nuisance. And I said, I know how you feel, brother. I said, I've been dealing with it since 2008. The man that used to run the venue, Chuck Person, he was excited to have an event for kids, to give them something to do on the weekends. He gave us a great price, and then he wound up leaving the post, and Piggott came in, and Piggott doubled the rent for the first event before we even had a chance to sit down and set the ring up. So it's been a difficult clash of personalities since 2008, which is unfortunate, because I'll tell you this, and you may not believe me, but in all honesty, I've never wanted to dislike the woman. I'd rather get along with her.
Well,
Ed McGarrett.
You probably told me this before. Why the hell y'all just don't pack up your tents and go someplace else?
Because you know where the studio is located and you know where the venue is located. What more do I need to say?
Go somewhere else. That's what you need to say.
Well, there's the matter of convenience that goes along with it. Can I go this far, Oscar? I don't know if I can share something confidential on a podcast like this.
Sure.
Well, you know what? Again, to try and find a positive resolution to a very stressful situation, I sent a very lengthy email outlining at that point what would have been 11 years of stress and frustration renting the building to the mayor back in December of 2019. Because we had an interim mayor before him, he took office the day after the election as opposed to waiting until January, like normal inaugurations. It was probably, if you printed it, about 7 pages. And again, his sister-in-law family dynamic, I get it. But as I have referenced this in the more recent issues, City Hall has claimed that because of the transfer of mayors, they never received it. And they had to have their IT department do a giant internal investigation. And they finally found this mysterious email, Oscar. So they're either trying to sell me that A, for 6 weeks the mayor wasn't getting any emails, or B, the only email he didn't get was the one that was filled with complaints about his sister-in-law. I find that a little hard to believe. I spoke to one of a former city elected official, and he laughed in my face when I told him the story.
So what you're trying to say is
little work going on.
The brother-in-law buried the emails.
I don't want to go that far because he seems like a decent enough guy from my interactions with him before he became mayor, but I find it hard to believe that either A, for 6 weeks he wasn't getting any emails as he sat in his office every day, or B, that the only email that went missing was the one about his sister-in-law. It kind of defies logic if you think about it. And I know you're a man that thinks with great common sense. Something isn't right in Gotham when it comes to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, all right.
Does it not sound a little odd to you?
80s, 90s, whenever the frick. It really don't matter, do it?
No, it does matter. It does matter. It's
a
themed event. If it's a themed event, we want to give the fans where the people fit in. Like with Jim Duggan, for example, he's a man that had a pretty big run in the 90s along with the 80s. I mean, he main evented in the Boston Garden in 1993 against Yokozuna for the World Championship. You look at the Doctor of Style Slick. He managed many great talents in the 1990s. You look at Marty Jannetty. He won the tag team titles and the Intercontinental title in the 90s.
The Doctor of Style Slick.
Yeah.
Don't he belong in the 80s?
Well, I mean, did he do things in the 80s? Yes, but he also did great things in the 90s. So he fits either one.
In the 90s, I remember seeing him, and I was there, and I got there early in the 90s.
Well, he was there there until 93.
Oh, okay.
I think you need to check out WWE Network.
I don't need to check. No, I'm not negating what you're saying. I just don't remember seeing him. I remember seeing him in Texas. One day he stopped by.
I remember. No, what I'm saying is that those three that we had booked for the 80s, they fit either theme. So I said, you know what? As I tried to pitch this, I said, let's keep those three at least that the fans were expecting and to see, and include them in the 90s grouping because they were part of the company in the 90s.
All right. You know what? All the math is confusing me. The 80s, the 90s, the 70s.
Well, I think it'd be hard to put together a Back to the 70s. I think we'd need the DeLorean from Back to the Future.
Yeah, we would need the DeLorean from Back to the Future because ain't nobody from the 70s going to make it.
Well, before we go, Oscar, a couple of tidbits that I wanted to hit. What about Survivor Series? You being a New York guy yourself originally, it's pretty much dead on arrival. There's practically zero interest in it. The tickets aren't moving. What do you think about one of WWE's marquee pay-per-view events of the year in their backyard, basically, in New York, not having much luck?
You know,
why don't the fans want to go?
That's really, really, really sad. And the reason because New York has always supported everything WWE, even in the bad times. In the worst of times, Madison Square Garden was always packed, and New York has always supported everything. I mean, I've never seen nowhere else in the country support WWE in whatever state that it was in like New York. Now, if New York can't get behind it, then what there's going to have to happen is, and it's not too late, they're going to have to restructure that card to where it's a blockbuster potential. How they do that, I have no idea.
Well,
I couldn't tell you.
Other than fans knowing that it's going to be generally champion versus champion and have the 5-on-5 matches from the two brands, the lineup isn't known. I think it goes back to what I mentioned earlier in the show. You're doing a draft about 6 weeks before Survivor Series. These wrestlers don't have any long-term attachment to the brands. Why are the fans supposed to care?
Nope, that's a really good point. But
I think it's showing in the ticket sales. I think it's honestly very sad that they have not sold out Survivor Series in Brooklyn, New York yet.
No, what I'm trying to tell you is you still got, Vince McMahon ain't crazy. He sees how things are going. So what they're going to wind up doing is, if people don't care, they're going to pull out all the stops within the next 6 weeks, even if they got to shuffle some things around, to make everybody care. I mean, you still got plenty of time.
Oh, sure. I mean, it's not like it's this weekend, yeah.
Right. It's an experiment across the board. If one formula is not working, then you definitely try something else. But they're gonna have a show. They're gonna have a show no matter what. So I wouldn't be too worried about it.
Well, I find it just disappointing. I think those.
And then if they don't, I don't mean to cut you off.
Sure, no. Go ahead.
If they don't, you got that mega Royal Rumble you get ready to have that's gonna make up for it anyway. So I wouldn't worry about it.
And that's what I find sad about it. Look at how great SummerSlam did, coming out of I guess what you might call quote unquote the worst of the virus at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. You know, they had well over 40,000 people there. Royal Rumble is going to be at the Dome in St. Louis in January, and that'll do very well. Obviously, WrestleMania is going to be at AT&T Stadium in Dallas this year. You know, for Survivor Series, just not to be able to sell out immediately a regular size venue, not just a regular size venue, but a regular size venue in their backyard, I think that says a lot about the popularity of the product right now.
It says a lot personally for me, and you make a good point that I'm going to reinforce. It says a lot for me personally where when they have something major, and it's pretty much WrestleMania. You know, I mean, about 5 years in a row, not being on a roster, just going, I was excited to go hang out. I was excited just to go be part of the energy, you know, meet some fans, stay at the host hotel a couple of nights, you know, meet some of the new talent and whatever. And it was an exciting little vacation for me. So why don't I have the desire to do it anymore? You know, and that just speaks volumes to me about the state and where things are. And that's a personal observation. You know, just one man's state of where I'm at with it all right now.
You're just bored with it.
No, it's not.
You're not
I wish it was that simple, but it's not that simple. I mean, just uninspired, just no reason to want to do it. Just not even in my future travel plans as a maybe.
Well,
no interest at all.
it's sad that you feel that way, but I guess the bad thing is you're not alone.
There you have zeroed in on the point. I'm not alone. Where is the excitement, the fervor, the inspiration, the fire, God, I mean, if I can't go to the show, I want to be there and be a part of it because it's so exciting. You know, when SummerSlam was in Los Angeles at LA Live, it was electric.
Yeah.
I mean, it was, you know, when it was in San Jose, same thing. Just electric. Seeing Jim the Anvil Neidhart and The Undertaker and all my friends and, you know, and even getting love from the fans as they would call my name from the barrier across the street, even to get my autograph, made me feel alive. It made me feel like, oh man, people still care. They still know me. They still this, that, and the other. You know, having current talent, you know, come up to you and say, thank you for, you know, your contribution and your pioneering, you know, the way for us to do this. And it made me feel great. And I had a good time. But now, you know, I have no fire whatsoever to go and do nothing, be a part of nothing.
Well, that is a pretty glum outlook, but again, there's millions of fans that feel the same way as they continue to vanish from the product, and that is why an event like ours, I think, is had such a great regional response. The Back to the 90s WrestleFest, as we celebrate our 20th anniversary on November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose. It's a chance to go back in time and see those legends that they love so much and be able to meet them and interact with them and engage with them and pay homage to them. And I think it's a really great thing.
Fans know that they are going to meet and greet and interact with wrestlers that over the years generally showed that they cared about them.
Exactly. Great point.
You know, these current people, and I have said this over and over and over again, you know, they come out and they treat the fans like they Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah.
You know, like they untouchable, I mean, and fans get that. I mean, fans get it when somebody come out and they struggling to shake hands, like they germaphobes. They struggle to shake hands when they come out the ramp for the entrance.
Yeah.
And they walk, fans are waiting outside, and then they walk by and don't even look left or right to acknowledge people. I mean, I mean, and I've seen it with my own eyes, and not only could I not believe it, I'm like that Indian from that old commercial with the pollution, where he see the pollution and had one tear coming out of his eye.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that.
I do, yeah.
But that's just what I saw a few times, and that was just my reaction. I could not believe what I was looking at, and it saddened me to that point. You got to understand something, these people, and I hope people can hear me right now, because what I'm going to say is deep, and then we can go.
All right.
These people are your bread and your butter. They put food on your table. They put money in your pocket. It is not just a job. It's an adventure. It is a thing where you have got to acknowledge the people that acknowledge you. It is not important. It is life. Treat people how you want to be treated, and the fans are the reason why you have a job. Now, if you want to go somewhere and wrestle and be by yourself, then you get a ring, turn off the lights, and go be by your damn self. But if you're going to call yourself a superstar with fans, you need to acknowledge the people that acknowledge you.
Yeah, that's very deep, Oscar. I appreciate that. As we are running out of time, unfortunately, folks, we do have a big week ahead. Tomorrow night at 10 p.m. after WWE NXT, it is the final Wrestling Insider Extremes episode featuring the legendary New Jack from that company. We taped 6 episodes. The first 5 have aired. And New Jack is with us for one final original episode tomorrow night. You are not going to want to miss it. We will be joined by former ECW champion Justin Credible in the coming week, so don't worry. Every Tuesday night at 10, we're still going to go back to the world of Extreme that was ECW. Wednesday night, we're back with Demolition Axe as he continues to look at the World Wrestling Federation in 1987. Thursday night at 10 p.m. after Dark Side of the Ring and Impact on AXS TV, Marty Jannetty is back for Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. Marty looks at WWF in the year 1990. Then we round out the week with the one and only J-Fab himself, John Cena Sr. On November 13th, he's going to have Fabo Pop and hot sauce, and God only knows what other kind of knickknacks. So we got a big week of talk shows ahead. But for my partner in crime, the host of this program, the one and only, the man on a mission, Oscar, I'm Dan Marotti. Be well.
No, stay.
Wait, what? You talking to me?
No.
Oh, you're not talking to me. All right. Well, for my partner in crime, Oscar, who you can meet November the 13th, when we go back to the 90s at Memorial Hall in Melrose, I'm Dan Marotti. Be well, be healthy. Good night from Boston. Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Wrestling fans, welcome back. Check out brand new podcast-style episodes from Oscar every Monday night after Raw at 11 p.m. You'll have a chance to meet the man on a mission, Live, live in just 4 weeks at Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 90s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Again, get those VIP packages and tickets now at bostonwrestling.com. If you can't join us live in Melrose, the best way you can help us is by joining the Boston Wrestling Patreon family, where you get early, full-screen access to Wrestling Insiders, along with our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, seen by millions online and millions more on The Howard Stern Show. There's Patreon exclusives and the knowledge that you, yes, you, are helping keep wrestling legends working for about the cost of a cup of coffee over at Starbucks. Join us at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. It's worth noting that going forward, to try and boost the Patreon numbers each week, one of the Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews is going to be presented more podcast style on YouTube. We need your help, or we can't bring you these great talk shows, and that came from Howard Miller Direct. Think of the legends, superstars, and friends that we've lost over the years that we'll never be able to have back into the studio. These interviews are important. Their careers are important to document, and we know you guys can make a difference. On a more positive note, we've been having fun with our Sunday night live watch-alongs semi-regularly over the past month or two. Fans have enjoyed getting to know Goodwill Ambassador Quincy Rastani in moderation. We're working on a live weeknight program as well, testing the waters, so to speak, to see what you guys really like. I don't know how many more hours I can possibly give, but if you guys help the cause with the Super Chats, the Venmo, the PayPal, and so on, we're happy to provide the content. Up next, it's Wrestling Insider's Extreme on Wrestling Insider's Week in Review, episode number 6. This is the final original episode we have with our friend, the late New Jack. This week, New Jack shoots on ECW in 1996, Shane Douglas's return, Francine, the Headhunters, the Pitbulls, Cactus Jack's departure, Chris Jericho, Rob Van Dam, Sabu, and tons more. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to another Wrestling Insider's Extreme, our new series. Very happy to be joined by New Jack once again. Jack, I don't know if we have more fun during the show or in between takes.
They ought to keep the camera going.
Well, we don't want to ruin future episodes. I tell you, that farm animal that was down here several years back that caused me so much stress and grief with the theft, the stories that you've added to it, you've made me feel like a better human being.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hey, bro, anytime I get help, I'm here for you.
You know what? At least we can share, right?
Yeah.
I only had 2 days. You had a year and a half.
I had a year and a half of that shit.
Literally. And she did too. There was never a need for baby wipes in that home with that tongue. But anyway, put the women and children to bed, kids. We are talking about ECW back in the mid-90s. This is a much more adult-themed show than the rest of our Wrestling Insider shows with Oscar and Marty Jannetty. And well, Marty's show can be out there too. John Cena I think John Cena Sr. is the only one that can have a tame show. You know, Johnny was looking forward to this after he sees the episode.
He gonna be like, what the fuck?
He's gonna be like this. He's gonna want to be like the son and say, "You can't see me." He's not gonna want to see it. But anyway, back to ECW in 1996. We were talking about House Party, the event that kicked off the year for ECW. We disagreed, and we agreed about how we disagreed, that you guys did the job in putting over Public Enemy on their way out. It was an interesting night for a few other reasons as well. It actually turned into the debut in ECW of an ECW legend, Rob Van Dam, who went over on Axl Rotten. Any memories of a young RVD?
No.
Was he high? Did he smell like weed?
I don't know.
You don't even remember.
Dude, everybody had a clique. Van Dam and Sabu hung out. Me and Sandman hung out. Taz hung out with Paulie and Tommy Dreamer. So everybody had their own little clique. If you didn't snort cocaine, you was not to come around me.
That was the litmus test.
Me and Cronus was snorting coke. To a point.
To a point.
Cronus would be like, Jay. Uh-oh.
Paul Bearer, he's ribbing us.
Yeah. Cronus would be like, Jay. And he had his pants pulled open. And he's looking down. He said, I can't find my dick. Because coke draws your dick up. Whether you know it or not. It makes your shit this big.
But I mean, it got to the point where it was like a turtle going back into its shell?
Yeah.
Really?
So, I was on the other side of the room, and I pulled my pants open. Corner said, Jack, somebody stole my dick. I pulled my pants open. I said, Corner, they got me too. My dick was gone.
Was it a special kind of magic cocaine you had that night or what?
I don't know.
Was that the only time you remember that happening?
No, it happened every time I did it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so was this one of the first times? Because I know you said you didn't get into cocaine until you were there for about a year.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's when
But once I started doing it,
a little Houdini action.
it wasn't no stop, bro.
Yeah.
Paulie would come up to me sometime and give me my finish, and he'd be like, Jack, come here. Be still.
Oh, he'd do that to you?
Yeah, I had coke all on my lip, all on my nose.
Did you ever have to do it to him? No, okay. That was was that the first time I met him? He was in a van doing it.
Yeah.
What the fuck was the name of that place? It was in Connecticut. And Tony Rumble was the promoter for the local Connecticut ECW shows because it was away from up this way. And he goes, my nickname back then was actually Habib because at one point they wanted to have me be like an Arab manager of some kind. He goes, no, you want to meet Paul Heyman? I said, sure. So he went down a little hill. It was an indoor soccer stadium. What the fuck was the name of it? But anyway, we went into the minivan and Paulie was having a grand old time with himself and his nostrils in the minivan before the show began. The Sting was where they ran in Connecticut later on that had the strip club attached to it. I don't know if you remember that. But what was the name of this place that had the soccer field? Well, whatever. Anyway, that was how I met Paul Heyman. But lost my train of thought again, believe it or not. How could we ever do that on this crazy show? House Party 96 also turned into the return of Shane Douglas, who was a top ECW talent for quite a while.
Yeah.
Left the company to go on to greener pastures in WWE as Dean Douglas and was back in about 4 months.
Yeah, that didn't last long.
Your memories of the return of Shane Douglas, and do you think he meant something to the roster at that point? Do you think they made him look too foolish in WWE, or was it still a value to the roster?
Shane could cut promos.
Yes.
He was good on cutting promos. His work, like.
It depended.
It depends on
who he was working with.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's a great way to put it.
Is.
Promos, stellar. He could cut a great promo. New Jack level, I don't know about that, but he'd throw the profanity out there too.
Yeah.
He wasn't the only one, yeah. For ECW, he cut a great promo.
And see, this is the thing that I used to have to tell a lot of people. They'd be like, Jack, if I do like an indie show, they'd be like, Jack, can you cut a promo and not curse? I said, bro, if you comparing what you want me to do tonight to ECW, I said, they tell me that I can curse. That's why I do it. You know what I mean? I said, so if you got little kids out there and mamas and grandmamas and you don't want me to curse, all you gotta do is say it, and I won't do it. But every show that I would go up to, they'd be like, Jack, can you not curse? And I'm like, they give me the green light to do it. That's why I did it all the time. All the time.
So in 2021, if you got booked for an indie show, you can cut an edgy promo without having to swear.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, you know what? For all the promoters out there watching, he is available at theonlynewjack.com or send us a message and we'd be happy to help facilitate. As long as you don't take him away from our taping dates. We need him here in the studio. We're having such a great time. But no, I thought, I thought it was a good addition for ECW to have Shane Douglas. I thought he was worthless in WWF. I mean, I don't know if you saw him as the school teacher, but I mean, come on.
I didn't.
It was horrible. You wouldn't want to. You did well for yourself. If you were in jail, again, that would have been a good time it would have been a good time to have missed it. Another team that you worked with, I think might have been for the first time in early '96, the Pitbulls. Memories of working the Pitbulls.
That was all right.
You didn't work too much with them.
We didn't jail too good. You know what I mean? I mean, it was like the only thing they could do for me and Mustafa is do a job. And they didn't want to.
Oh, they didn't like jobbing.
No. But if Paulie told them to, they would.
Well, fuck, it was their job.
But I think me and Kronos worked there more than me and Mustafa did.
Probably, but that was a little, we'll get there a little bit later
Yeah.
on. But you had a couple of matches with them. I tell you this, side note, I think that was the sexiest that Francine ever looked was when she was with them in the leather. Not for nothing, but I mean,
Yeah.
They'd always put her out there in those little dresses when she was with Shane Douglas and other people, but I don't know about you, but I thought that was the best she ever looked, was when she was in that little leather outfit with them. Oh. You know what, memory, since we really haven't talked much about the women, what about someone like Francine? Any memories or thoughts of her? You guys were both there for a very long time.
Me and Francine used to always kid each other. And one of the stories that I got was this girl I was dating for a quick minute.
Not a rat.
No. I bought her a ring.
Wow. So this was serious to some extent.
No.
Did you get it from Todd Gordon's pawn shop?
No.
All right.
The ring was so small. She showed it to Francine, and she was like, "This is what he bought me." And Francine was like,
She didn't know how to respond. How much? No, go ahead.
I might have spent $75 on the ring.
But you gave her a ring. You gave her something, and to her it was better than nothing.
And Francine was like, "Oh boy."
She was trying to find the right word.
Yeah, she couldn't. She couldn't do it. I fell over laughing. I was like, that is the funniest shit ever. But
Well,
she did.
at least you know what? You look back on that past relationship, and you can't say you went overboard financially.
I know.
You got more for a dive off of a balcony than you
Yeah.
did for the ring. All right, another team that made a very, very quick run through ECW around that time was primarily, I believe, their big run was Puerto Rico and Japan, the Headhunters.
We worked them, but they always told Paulie I was stiff. And I was like, as big as y'all are, I'm like, you motherfuckers should be able to take anything I dish out. Because they were huge.
Big guys.
And I would tell them to hit me. I'm like, lay it in. Chair shot. Lay it in. And you could see I was swinging for the fence, bro. They draw that motherfucking chair back and just try to knock my ass out. And I start laughing. And they would go to Paulie and be like, they'd be like, Jack's not selling. And after the match, he would come up. And I knew he was being funny. But he'd be like, Jack, can you sell for him? And I'd be like, Paulie, I did. He said, no, you didn't. I said, how you know I didn't? He said, they told me. I said, fuck him. You know what I mean? I did. And I mean, we had that kind of relationship where, you know, he knew what I was thinking, I knew what he was thinking, and we would sit there and work the other motherfuckers to death. All the time.
Very short run in ECW, then they went on to compete in the 1996 Royal Rumble, and I think that might have been their only appearance in WWF, so I don't know what it was. The magic that they found in Puerto Rico and Japan didn't seem to translate in the United States.
Yeah.
They never really did anything.
Yeah.
All right, wrestling fans, we're getting the cue from our crack staff in the control room. Could take a brief timeout. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders Extreme
in just a moment. Stand by.
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
As the Demon, he became the first WWE Universal Champion at SummerSlam 2016. Here's your chance to own this limited edition collector's autographed art print, personally signed by Finn Balor, one of only 50 made, direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your wrestling collection now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders Extreme. We are having a great time. We can't wait to have New Jack back with us live over the summer. We're going to be doing more Wrestling Insider Extreme tapings. We're going to be doing some watch-alongs. We're going to be doing the live cyber autograph signings that we know you guys love so much. It's a great way to interact with the superstars live and put this studio to use. You know what?
And buy my shirt.
Now, where can get the shirt? The same place?
Same place.
Now, where is that again?
New Jack, the only newjack.com.
And what else do they sell there?
My books, trading cards.
Unbelievable. 8x10s?
8x10s.
All right, all right. Well, a plethora of New Jack material.
Hold up.
Oh, wait a minute. What else do you got? Not that knife that you pulled out during the Smoky Mountain days. What is it?
Mask.
Oh, if you want to stay safe during the coronavirus, what does it say? I can't read. What does it say?
New Jack.
Oh.
It was upside down.
With my vision, I wouldn't have known either way.
There you go.
If you want to stay safe and keep your community healthy, the New Jack coronavirus mask is the way to go. As we continue through 1996, as we get ready to wrap up this episode, as our live premiere is actually right after this, one person, again, that came up in the notes, I don't think we paid maybe enough homage to earlier on. Maybe we can spin it in a different way now. It was another departure, again, during the Monday Night Wars when WWF would pluck, when WCW would pluck. WCW obviously had easy plucking at that point with Nancy Sullivan, where she was married to Kevin. Mm-hmm. We discussed her passing and your hatred of Chris Benoit over it, obviously. But you know what? I often think that when it gets brought up, the hatred for Benoit is there, but everybody forgets about what a wonderful human being that Nancy was.
Yes, Nancy was cool. And every time you bring Nancy up with Benoit, with Chris, people always talk about how great of a wrestler he was. You killed your wife and your kid. Everything good about you as far as wrestling went out the fucking window. It don't mean shit. I don't give a fuck how good of a wrestler you were. You killed your whole fucking family, you piece of shit. Fuck you.
Any nice memories of Nancy? Very talented woman as a manager, as a valet. I don't think she gets enough credit for that, for her work.
Me and Nancy would meet at the bar, at the Holiday Inn. And we'd be drinking. We'd be sitting together. She's like, Jack, I'm getting drunk. can you walk me to my room? I'm like, come on, girl, I got you. Johnny Grimes would walk into her room also. We was the two that was known for making sure Nancy got to her room safely. You know what I mean? And we would walk into her room. Never had a problem. We would travel together, never had a problem. And after this shit that Chris pulled, man, fuck him.
I don't understand those that try and keep his legacy alive. Did he have good wrestling matches? Sure. But I mean, what kind of a human being does what he did?
Right.
You know, like
a piece of shit.
I was, Matt, the one that just walked in, him and I, we were in high school together in Spanish class with Maria Stella Domignani Coquiara, which was her real name, the teacher. And during that November of that school year, that was when ECW came up for the first time in '95. Mm-hmm. And we went to help try and cart some of the boys, you know, back and forth. And we went up and we had a party with Sandman and Grunge. And Nancy was in the room at the same time. And she knew that I knew Kevin well through Tony Rumble. And just say, you know, nothing obviously happened, but a 15-year-old version of me thought it was pretty cool to be sitting on the same bed as woman.
Right.
You know what I mean? At the hotel. And
right.
just, yeah, I try when we do these interviews we know what happened. Can't take back what happened. Can't change what happened. I think most people with any common sense would probably piss on Benoit if they had the chance.
But sure would.
What about this woman that is so often forgotten for her contributions to wrestling, and a good human being on top of it?
They forgot about her.
It's horrible.
It's like when I first heard it, it said Chris Benoit killed himself and his family. I didn't put two and two together.
She was Nancy Sullivan to me.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what she was to me.
Right.
So to say Nancy Benoit, it didn't click.
We didn't know her by that name.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then it took me about 2 weeks to realize that you were talking.
2 weeks?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
It took me about 2 weeks to realize they were talking about Nancy Sullivan. And dude, I lost it.
Did you?
I lost it. I didn't give a fuck. I had people mad at me. They was making death threats to me. I'm like, bitch, I got a gun too. Fuck you.
Who was making death threats to you?
Fans.
Why?
Because I talk shit about Benoit.
Where?
On YouTube. When Worlds Collide.
Oh, that's right.
Get that goddamn DVD and go look on
that. Say it here on this one, what you think about the fucking asshole.
He was a piece of shit. Because she didn't deserve to get done to her what he did to her, and everybody keep talking about, oh, he was a good wrestler. Suck my dick. No, the fuck he wasn't. He was not a good wrestler. He was a goddamn nut. And I don't give a fuck whose feelings I hurt. I don't give a fuck if you like that cocksucker. Kiss my fucking ass. I don't give a fuck. He is a piece of shit, and I hope he getting ate by fucking maggots in hell as we speak. Fuck that cocksucker.
I agree. Do you think that Nancy will ever be honored in any form of a Hall of Fame?
No.
Or do you think it becomes too touchy of a subject because of the end of her life?
No.
And that's not fair to her either.
No.
You know, she contributed a lot to this business.
Yeah.
It still just gets me now that we're bringing it up. We're taping these episodes in the same day, and just as we bring it up again, it still just, it eats at me, you know? It was just so pointless, so wrong. And you know what else I really hated? You know, this is what to me showed me, you know, the term that Trump would use, fake news. If you ever watched those shows with Nancy Grace or the other cable news shows at night that were trying to provide quote-unquote coverage of this murder, trying to implicate Kevin that he had something to do with it when he was living down in the fucking Florida Keys. Then they tried to tie in Sherry Martell's death to it. I mean, it was insanity. And to me, it just said, if their reporting is that lackluster on something I have this much knowledge about, how lackluster is their reporting on other topics of the day? You know what I mean? But that's a different story for a different time. Kevin, you know, granted their marriage had ended, sadly, over the affair that the two of them had. But, you know, I'm sure he was devastated by what happened. And then to have these news shows try and implicate he was involved, I thought it was disgusting.
Right.
And it just shows how poor the reporting is, but or sensationalized it was. I don't know.
Right.
Do you have a favorite Nancy Sullivan, a happy memory of her? I know you had fun. You'd hang out with her. You sit at the bars and watch.
I was
her
being
back
at the
to her
bar.
room. Yeah.
That was it.
Hanging out and having fun.
Yeah.
Just a good human being
I
overall.
was still in the airport, and she was like, Jack, what flight are you on? And I'm like, I'm going somewhere else. And she was like, well, I'm going home. I'll see you next week. I'd be like, all right. She was cool.
She was. She was a good lady. And I just hope the wrestling fans remember that when they think of that incident, that there was a really good human being involved in that did nothing wrong, that contributed to our sport, and should still be here with us now.
And if I offend you,
tell us how you really feel.
Motherfucker.
All right. CyberSlam 1996, Gangsters originally booked for the show. You were replaced by the Bruise Brothers, Ron and Don Harris, two big badass guys from down south. The rumor mill stated New Jack was in jail.
I was.
What the hell were you doing in jail this time?
I don't remember.
You don't even have a clue. How many times have you been in jail?
A lot.
How many? Come
A
on,
lot.
do you have any idea?
About 30.
30 times? What the fuck have you been doing the last 50 some odd years? 30 times? Are you going for some kind of a record? I think the only one chasing you was Sonny with all her DUIs.
Yeah.
This Percy again. Ribbon with the lights. 30 times?
About 30.
Really? Were any of them for a great length of time?
3 months.
3 months was the long. And what was that one for? Do you remember?
The one that Paulie didn't come and
when
get
he
me.
stranded
Motherfucker.
I mean, you can't make this shit up. You cannot make this shit up. 30 times. I haven't gone once. I got to start catching up with you, brother.
No.
I got to catch up with you on those, too. But that's a different story for a different time. Same event where you were in jail enjoying the ambiance, again, of those steel bars, maybe to hype you up for your next cage match, I guess. Chris Jericho made his ECW debut. He wasn't around for too long, but do you remember a young Chris Jericho in ECW? You might have worked with him in Smoky Mountain?
I did.
Yeah.
I worked with me and Mustafa tag against him and Lance. And they had to do the job. And Lance was hot.
Really?
Oh my God, he was hot.
Really?
He did not want to lay down for us. And he had to do the job. And Lance took the 1, 2, 3.
Now, why didn't he want to do the job?
Because we hadn't been in the business a year.
You were that new, okay. Oh, that's, yeah. I mean, you debuted in 92.
Yeah, I
But
debuted.
what year did he break in? Not too much longer than,
I know,
earlier than that.
But he didn't want to do the job. Fuck him. Lance couldn't draw shit if he was a Lance couldn't draw flies if he was a pile of shit. That motherfucker ain't, he wasn't nothing. He always worried about what Chris was doing. Lance wasn't shit. Fuck Lance.
But your thoughts on Jericho, even though he was really only around in ECW a short period of time, you kind of knew him in Smoky Mountain. What did you think of him?
I like Jericho.
Did you think he'd still be around almost 30 years later doing what he's doing now?
I never
He's had
thought
a
about
hell
it.
of a run.
I know. I never thought about it.
Never thought about it. But you thought he was an all right guy?
Yeah.
Did you ever work him in ECW or just Smoky Mountain?
No, Smoky Mountain.
Just Smoky Mountain. That same weekend that Jericho came in was the farewell of a man that went on to much, much greener pastures financially in WWF, Cactus Jack, Mick Foley.
Yeah.
Memories of Cactus.
He told me one time, he said, Jack, I'm so glad that you are not on TV anymore with ECW.
Why?
I said, why? He said, because every time you would dive, they would want me to come in 2 weeks later after they aired y'all TV and outdo you.
Really? So they were watching ECW TV,
Yeah,
WWF,
yeah,
and then they'd want him to try and raise the bar.
yeah.
Really? Isn't that interesting?
And he told me that. He can deny it to this day if he wants to, but the motherfucker told me that.
Wow.
He sure did.
Well, Mick's been here in the studio. Next time he's here, we'll have to throw that one out at him.
You might as well do it.
I'd love to see the response. I like Mick an awful lot. What did you think about him leaving ECW? Did it hurt?
I didn't give a fuck.
You didn't give a fuck?
No.
Do you think it hurt ECW?
No.
No?
No.
Do you think he went a little too hokey at times, playing off of the WCW firing angle? He'd wear the shirts with Kamala and Earthquake and those type guys from the dungeon. I miss you, Uncle Eric.
I never paid any attention.
No. You only paid attention to your stuff?
Yeah.
Wait, but did you like dealing with Mick as a guy? A person?
I mean, we was cool. We spoke.
Yeah.
But we didn't, you know what I mean? We didn't get on.
Yeah. Well, I don't think Mick was into the same scene you were.
Probably not.
I don't think Mick was a coke guy or
Probably not.
Much of a rat guy. But no, I like Mick. Had him in studio, like you said before. Hope to have him again in the near future. Mick, you know what? He's chasing you on the autobiography trail. I think Mick's got about 7 out.
Baby, if you see this, remember, all of this shit is old. It's old. So as we lay in the bed playing with each other butt ass naked, private parts, remember, this shit that Dan got me doing is old.
Mrs. Jack, I apologize. We are trying to relive this man's life from 25 years ago. No insult intended to the fine human being he is in 2021. But again, you even knew a woman that enjoyed old shit. But
literally.
The longer you didn't take the bath, the longer the service would go on for. Oh, you talk about a filthy,
cum burping, nasty ass, fart smelling bitch.
Did she ever ask you not to bathe?
Yes.
How would she word it? I mean, what would she say? Just, don't bathe today?
I like the way it smells.
Oh my God.
Don't wash. If you live in Gainesville, you know who we are talking about. You nasty motherfucker.
There's a lot of females that live in Gainesville, Florida.
But a lot of them have been ballets in WCW.
A lot of them didn't get the father-son action either. I worry about poor Cody. It was like that show with Archie Bunker, All in the Family.
Yeah. Like, what the fuck?
Oh my God, what a year and a half you had, my friend. Don't take a bath. I like the way it is now. She was into the organic before it came cool.
Yeah.
Late April, ECW show, interesting, kind of a unique match. You went the singles route. You went over Sabu in Too Cold Scorpio. Sabu is another ECW mainstay that hasn't come up too much. Your memories of Sabu?
Me and Sabu had a ball.
He was a medicine man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say. Me and Sabu had a ball.
No, there's got to be a lot. If you're going to leave it at that, there's got to be a lot more.
I'm not going to talk. No, I'm not talking bad about Sabu.
I'm not asking you to talk bad about
well,
him.
If I talk about him, it's going to be bad.
What's your favorite Sabu memory? Can you share that?
No.
There's nothing even semi-reasonably decent story-wise you can share that won't get anyone in any trouble.
I refuse to talk about Sabu. I am not doing it.
I'm not going to give up on it, though, in a future episode. I'm going to get it out of you at some point. I can only imagine, if you don't want to share, what you and Sabu must have done together.
I'm not doing it.
But to be fair, joking aside, one of the true ECW icons.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a guy that gave of his body to that company.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you had fun with him after the show.
I sure did.
Every city, every town.
Nope, not every city, every town.
Only certain ones. Now, why is that? Now you got me curious.
Philly was the main city.
That was the MSG of ECW.
Yeah. And
that was the wildest city for you guys, was Philly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a drug dealer. He used to go to the front desk before I even checked in. And he would check in for me and get my key and go to my room and put my shit up under the pillow.
Really? Wow.
They do him. They do him like that.
Now, is this the Econo Lodge or the Holiday Inn?
Holiday Inn.
And for our friend in the control room, we actually stayed at that Holiday Inn one time in Philadelphia.
They tore it down.
They tore it down?
Yes.
What's there
It's
now?
a casino now.
It's a casino?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yes.
It's not that big. It wasn't that big.
They tore it down under their bid up casino.
I didn't know that.
Sure is.
That's sad. That's kind of a landmark.
I posted on Facebook one time, I said, if these walls could talk. I said, if they could talk.
My God. I tell you, wrestling fans, unfortunately, it is that time again. We have run out of time. We certainly haven't run out of material, that's for sure.
Nope.
We still have a lot more material to go with this man as we continue our Wrestling Insiders Extreme Series. Again, I implore you to get the book at The Only New Jack. TheOnlyNewJack.com. Again, if there were two of them, he'd be awfully hard to interview. We're glad there's just one. Look for New Jack to be returning throughout the summer here to Boston. Check out BostonWrestling.com. When New Jack is here for these appearances, we definitely want to set up the live cyber autograph signings. We had fun the first time. It's a great way to get the book, get an autograph photo. He'll personalize it to you any way he likes. In addition to that, folks, if you enjoyed tonight's show, if you have any thoughts on tonight's crazy adult-themed show, leave your thoughts in the little premiere box. The Super Chat is open for business. Don't forget to tip the bartender so we can keep the lights on. If you watch after the premiere, you can always leave your thoughts in the comment section below. The Patreon is on fire. We want you to join the Boston Wrestling MWF team like this man has. Patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, where you get early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that has been seen by millions online and millions on the Howard Stern Show, some Patreon exclusive, plus the knowledge that you, yes you, are helping keep professional wrestling legends like this guy working and on the road instead of sitting at home trying to figure out how to use their pewter.
I'm going to get me a pewter. What is the last thing I do? I'm going to get me a goddamn pewter.
Thank you, Joe Biden, for getting Tony Atlas's pewter with his stimulus check. For my friend New Jack, I'm Dan Marati. We'll see you next time on Wrestling Insiders Extreme. Good night.
Peace.
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Hate to say it, fans, but that was the final episode with New Jack, as we taped 6 episodes when he was here with us in May, just 6 days before he passed away. I really wanted to turn New Jack into a series regular, but I'm glad we at least were able to document what we did. Debuting next week on Wrestling Insiders Extreme is a former ECW World Champion, Just Incredible. Wrestling Insiders Extreme premieres every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after NXT. Speaking of Just Incredible, if you missed the announcement, Aldo Montoya of the WWF New Generation joins our growing list of featured superstars at Boston Wrestling MWF's 20th anniversary Back to the 90s WrestleFest Bash, Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose. Live wrestling, autographs, pose photos, a VIP exclusive Q&A, along with the kickoff to the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. Get your VIP packages and tickets now at bostonwrestling.com. It is the place to be. Along with the Patreon, another great way to help the cause is the Boston Wrestling eBay store. We have great merchandise featuring superstars of every era that you love. The post office hates to see myself or the Goodwill Ambassador Quincy Rustani coming, but that's good news for us because it means the orders are coming in and getting shipped out. Coming up next, it's Wrestling Insiders Special Edition with the return of one of my favorites, a man I have so much respect for, Demolition Axe, Bill Eadie. In this installment, Axe is back shooting on WWF 1987, Shawn Michaels' substance abuse problems, the Iron Sheik and Hacksaw Jim Duggan's infamous arrest, working in New Japan Pro Wrestling and comparing it to WWF, the debuts of the one-man gang and Bam Bam Bigelow, wrestling being called fake, and more.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Bill and I have enjoyed ourselves so much, we decided to take a break, freshen up. We actually changed the clothes.
That's right.
Unbelievable. We're looking pretty sharp.
Well, we got evicted from the studio for about a day.
Yeah, they had enough of us.
Yes.
They had enough of us. But I tell you this, we put a picture out on social media of the two of us, and Sue sent me a text message. She said, try and keep the ladies away from Bill. He's looking so good.
God, yeah.
So, you know what, Sue, I'm going to do my best. I'm going to do my best. It's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it. Nobody wants me, though. That's a different story for a different time, though. But as we continue our stroll through memory lane, we've been talking about one of the great years, I think, in WWF history, 1987. It's also the same time Demolition came to fruition. You had Randy Cully originally debut as Smash. That only lasted one set of TV tapings, and it was C'est La Vie. It was Enter Barry Darso into the picture, which was the ultimate success for the duo. And then also that spring, it was Bye-Bye Luscious Johnny Valiant as the manager of Demolition, and Enter Mr. Fuji into the picture. And I think that created that perfect trio that the fans remember and love so much even today.
Yeah, I'm not sure that many fans, other than the ones that do a little research, were aware of Johnny being our manager, because it was only for 2 days. So.
I remember. No, Johnny was with you guys for a little longer than that.
Well, I mean, 2 television days, and then a couple events, probably a month or so.
I think Fuji did. I don't think Fuji switched over until after WrestleMania.
Oh, really?
So I think Johnny was with you and when Barry was smashed, Johnny was with you for at least a couple sets of TVs.
Yeah. Well,
so I remember it as a little guy. I was disappointed because, you know, as a little kid, the face paint, the masks and everything, I thought it was so cool. I was disappointed you weren't on the WrestleMania 3 card, but they were still building you up at that point.
Right.
There was really no program for you at that point,
right.
Even with all the great tag teams that were in the picture at that point. Couple of tag teams, you know, fans asked to throw you away that you didn't get a chance to work because you were heels at that point. Maybe you would have had an interest, or maybe a thought, or maybe no interest. But Iron Sheik and Nikolai Volkov, they were on the WrestleMania 3 card. Could you have seen a Demolition Sheiky Baby Volkov match?
I could have probably seen it and visualized it, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure it would have gone very well.
Couple of crowbars.
Well, no, their styles were so erratic, and I think it probably would have been a mistake on the company's part, because we probably would have been the baby faces from the get-go, and they didn't want that.
Let me ask you this, before I go back to the original question. Was there ever a time when the adult male audience didn't like you guys?
Maybe at the very beginning.
Really? Okay.
But after a little exposure, I think that they sort of took a shining to us.
Because, like I said, as we talked in one of the previous episodes, you guys debuted at the Old Boston Garden in May of '87, about 4 or 5 months in from when you debuted, at least visually on TV. And, you know, the men, they love seeing the kick-ass Demolition come out. So from that point of view, to me, Demolition was always over in that way, at least to that demographic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Another heel team that you never obviously had a chance to work that might have been interesting, Don Morocco and Cowboy Bob Orton.
Yeah, that would have been good, because both of them are technical type wrestlers. So we could have made an adjustment there. Yeah, that would have been a good contest.
Bob's one of my favorites. We've had him many times over the years. A lot of fun, a lot of laughs.
Yeah.
We've done a few WrestleManias with Bob. Don Morocco is another one that was one of my favorites. It's a shame that it's so difficult for him to travel back to the mainlands from his beautiful home out in Sunset Beach, Hawaii, or wherever in Hawaii he may be right now. But it's not a bad way to retire and ride off into the sunset, though.
No, it's not.
And another one, it was, funny enough, Johnny V's team, the Dream Team, whether it be the Valentine and Beefcake version or the Valentine and Bravo version.
Yeah, you know, later on, as the years passed, I think we had a couple matches with them.
With the new Dream Team, Valentine and Bravo?
With Honky Tonk and
Oh, when they were Rhythm and Blues.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Was he their manager at that time?
no, that was Jimmy Hart.
Oh, okay.
Do you think Demolition Dream Team would have had any interest, any appeal? Would you have enjoyed a series of matches with them?
Which team are you referring to again?
Either version of the Dream Team, Valentine and Beefcake or Valentine and Bravo.
Yeah, I think we could have worked a series with both teams, you know. Of course, I had many matches with Bravo as a masked superstar in Montreal. So I was acquainted with his work, and he was good. Yeah, I mean, I think we could have worked. And there again, it's a shame. I think we worked with Valentine and Beefcake, or maybe it was Valentine and Honky Tonk, after we had made the switch to as babyfaces.
You had many with Rhythm and Blues, yeah. We'll get to that point as the time goes on, but the fans had asked that question. Another one that was thrown out there that I found kind of interesting was, with the fans, you noted specifically that you had a 14-week deal in Japan. What was it about WWF that made you want to leave the deal that you had going on in Japan as a masked superstar?
Well,
was it financially worth it to you?
It was about the same. I mean, I had a pretty lucrative, but I just wanted to give it a chance. That's how I got into professional wrestling, to be honest with you. I got into it with one foot in education and one foot in wrestling, mainly on the weekends. And I didn't want to be down the road 10 years and say, well, what if I'd have tried it? I tried it. It was successful. I tried it. It didn't work out, but I tried it. Same thing with coming in full-time as Demolition. I thought that it would do well, and I already knew that if it didn't, I still had the connections and the commitments to go back to Japan as masked superstar. So it was actually a win-win.
Was Inoki or New Japan, were they disappointed that you decided to go to WWF full-time?
I think so, yeah. Mm-hmm. But they didn't hold it against me because I went back to Japan after that.
So you always had a fallback plan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Had a real good relationship. And as a matter of fact, I've been back to Japan for a couple series of signings.
Oh, really?
Stan and myself and a couple of guys. We did some money for raise some money for the tsunami victims.
Oh, how nice!
And worked with New Japan, so they sponsored us.
Do they have any direct flights from Atlanta to Tokyo?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow, that makes it a little easier then, right? Oh, you're getting our first signal from our buddy and the wrestling fans. Unbelievable. We are already flying through this episode. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out. Again, we've talked about all the different ways you can help this show stay on the air. Check out the eBay store. Great merchandise like we're going to showcase in a moment. But again, things that don't cost a penny. Give us a thumbs up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's free. There's over 2,000 free videos. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. No wonder why Linda Moratti wants nothing to do with me. I'm always making videos. And of course, you can share the link to this interview and all our great interviews across social media, whether it be Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Facebook wrestling groups, wrestling websites. Let folks know what we're doing. There are millions of lapsed fans that have no idea this show exists. Once they find us, I continue to believe they're going to absolutely love us. Right now, check out some of this great merchandise. We'll be back in just a moment with more Wrestling Insiders with Bill Eadie, Demolition Axe.
Wrestling fans in the Northeast and beyond, the countdown is on to Boston Wrestling MWF's 20th anniversary extravaganza. Back to the 90s WrestleFest, Saturday night, November the 13th, at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Live wrestling, an autograph photo fan fest, VIP exclusive Q&A, and more as we kick off our annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. You'll see and meet 90s legends featuring guests such as WWE Hall of Famers Hacksaw, Jim Duggan, and Bob Backlund, Marty Jannetty, the Doctor of Style Slick, the Berzerker, the Second Doink the Clown, Duke the Dumpster Droese, and Portuguese Man of War Aldo Montoya, plus JTG of Cryme Time, John Cena Sr., and our Vice President Oscar from Men on a Mission. VIP packages and tickets are on sale now at bostonwrestling.com. We'll see you live November 13th in Melrose.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. We continue to talk 1987. We continue to talk Japan, WWF, and all those great things in between. Just to touch back based upon the note about New Japan, you said you've been back a few times, which I think is great that they still have that respect for the legends, you, Stan Hansen,
they do, yeah.
so on and so forth. Where you noted that it was pretty much equal as far as what you were earning between WWF and New Japan. Ultimately, do you look back on it as if it was worth it, where New Japan was only a 14-week per year commitment and WWF was probably 300
Well,
days?
I know we made, I'm going on a week-to-week basis.
Okay.
We made, of course, more money in the year long. With
Okay,
WWF.
so annually you wound up making more in WWF.
Yeah.
Could you have done more weeks in New Japan than the 14?
Well, they only have about a 24-week season.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
And sometimes maybe 30. But you don't want to go over and burn yourself out either.
You don't want to overexpose yourself.
And unless you want to move over there, which I had no intentions of doing, but I always had a real good relationship with the company, and Inoki and Fujinami and Sakaguchi. All of my thoughts and memories of Japan, wrestling, the fans, the people, the food are all positive. I mean, I really enjoyed my time there. I knew what I was going to make from day one to the last day of the tour. We always knew when we were coming back. You knew you were going to get first-class treatment in transportation, hotels, restaurants. It was a dream come true. So,
you know, I now have two things on my wrestling bucket list. The first one was I always have wanted to go to Japan, and maybe it almost sounds petty, but I want one of those Rivera Steakhouse chocolate.
Oh, yeah.
That is on my bucket list of things to do. Now, my second one is I would like to do something with AEW. I've worked with every major promotion that's been alive since we've started doing what we do. I would like to do something with AEW before it's all said and done, but I've always wanted to go to Japan. I think because of the respect they have for the industry, much more so than here in the United States. I think I'd really like it.
Oh, you'd love it. And any true wrestling fan that goes to Japan, Tokyo, has to visit Rivera's. That's like coming to Boston, not going to Bunker Hill, right?
Right. I remember all the boys when they'd go over the first time and they'd come back with those jackets, and I'd say, "Ooh," especially the silver one with the black on the back. You got to get me booked, Bill. You got to get me booked. It's just that is something I think I truly, truly enjoy. And for all the young guys, I love it every time they get booked, even if it's on a smaller promotion over in Japan, because I think it's a great experience for them, not just wrestling-wise, but just for the culture, you know?
Oh, yeah. And the experience, the respect by the fans. I mean, when you said respect, it is. They've seen all the top talent from all over the world. England, Germany, South Africa, United States, Canada, you name it, they've been there. So, great fans.
When you're, again, we're really popping out of the WWF sequence of things that the fans have been relentless on as far as us trying to get through, but did you ever get to know Vader over there?
No, I was never on any tours with Vader.
Oh, really? Okay.
Most of the time, not boasting, but I was one of the headliners. So he would have been on a tour headlining, myself or Andre or Stan Hansen. They'd have a couple headliners on each tour and then mid-card guys and underneath guys. So I was usually there with Andre or Tiger Jeet Singh or Murdoch, guys like that.
I like the way they introduced him in New Japan, where before they even knew it was going to be Leon White, they came up with the concept for this character. And then to have him in his debut, just absolutely annihilate Inoki in just a couple of minutes. What a way to get a guy over as a top heel, you know?
Yeah.
I was just interested to know if you had ever worked him. Leon is another one that we've had here in the studio. But as we roll back into WWF 1987 to put smiles on your faces, more newcomers that came into the company. I don't know if you were familiar with this gentleman before he made his WWF debut, but he came in the spring of '87 for a big run with Hogan right off the bat almost. The one-man gang, George Gray.
Oh yeah, I met Gang previous to that when I was in Georgia as Mass Superstar, and I had gone over to Mid-South where he was working at the time. I was going back and forth between Junkyard Dog and Mr. Wrestling 2, and Gang he was popular there because he was a heel, but I was impressed with his ability. Yeah, he had a good run.
And he must have been because he was kind of young in WWF. He must have been really young when you first were around him.
Yeah, he was real young. Big, impressive guy.
He's someone I'd really like to get on one of these talk shows, but it's hard for him to travel due to his size. When he makes appearances and such, he's in a van and he's doing the driving, you know.
Yeah,
so
he's had some health problems.
Yeah.
The past 4 or 5 years now. We see him periodically. I bumped into him in Charlotte, and we did a couple events where, I think in Florida, and of course in New Orleans. So he doesn't, it's difficult to travel. I can understand that.
At that size, yeah. I mean, to try and get on a plane, even in first class for a guy that size, that's...
Yeah.
No, I know from all of my worldly travels, but I mean, even when I've sat in first class, it's nice, but I mean, it's not like you're in a lazy boy at home, relaxed.
No.
You know what I mean?
No.
And Gang has probably got to have. I'm 6'3", so he's probably got to be at least what 6'6", 6'7".
Probably 6'6", 6'5" at least.
Yeah.
And
a good at least 100 pounds, if not more, heavier than me.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that'd be a tight squeeze for him, even in first class. But we hope we get the Gang someday. Maybe when we're on one of our road shoots like we did down at Wrestle House in Tampa. Maybe if we do it in Dallas next year and he decides to, I believe he's in Louisiana, right?
He's in Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge, okay, Baton Rouge. Maybe we can sit down and talk with him because he's another that's had a great career. Every time, Bill, we lose one of the brothers, as we've talked about so many times, not only does it pull on the strings of my heart because I'm disappointed, but I say we missed the chance to tell their story.
Yeah.
Because as we've noted before on this show, I hate to sound like a broken record, but WWE bought the libraries they bought. They're going to tell history. the way they want to tell it. But that doesn't mean there aren't a lot of different points of views. That doesn't mean there aren't a lot of different superstars and legends that had great careers that the fans would enjoy hearing about. You know, likely there's probably never going to be a Demolition 3 DVD set put out by WWE. There's probably...
I don't think so.
No. There's probably never going to be a 3-disc one-man gang documentary DVD put out. So that's why I think these shows that we do are not only fun and interesting, but I think they're important because I think not just years from now, but even decades from now, you know, there is a history that sometimes can be more realistic than how WWE paints it, I think, to be fair.
Well, you know, one of the things that you're hitting the subject, now that they are aligned with Peacock.
Yeah.
Peacock is eliminating a lot of the content for a number of reasons, but those are all stories that actually took place.
Right.
That people are never going to know about.
Right.
From whenever they issue and reissue. So you're right. I mean, you got to get behind the scenes, not just what's on the video, because they're blocking a lot of the video off. So.
And even the history pieces they tell, they can be very selective in how they do so. I know by the time this airs, it'll be probably a few months back, but on those A&E documentaries that they were putting out weekly on WWE superstars each week, you know, a lot of people, I haven't seen it yet, but a lot of people said they did a real hatchet job on Randy Savage in the video they released to him, as opposed to Steve Austin and Roddy Piper, which were much more friendly to the human being. So I don't know. That's why in a perfect world, we'd have enough fan support where we could get everybody that's still alive and kicking through this studio, because I think everybody's got a story. Like I said, the Marty Jannetty theory. Both of us are sitting here, we're looking at the water, and you ask us to point at the moon. You see the moon, it's right there. I see the moon, it's right there. We're both looking at the same moon.
Isn't it over there?
The perspective is just a little different. Just a little different.
You know,
it's like I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I was talking about those biographies. I was flipping, when we finished yesterday, I went back to the hotel and I was flipping through and they had the Shawn Michaels on. And I didn't watch the whole thing, but I was there and I didn't realize that Shawn Michaels had so many demons.
Really?
I didn't realize that he was into drugs and...
wow, really?
I mean, I knew he was taking stuff.
Yeah.
Listening to Marty doing some commentary and listening to Shawn, it's a wonder he's alive.
Yeah. Both.
I mean, he was
both of them.
he was a Jake Roberts in disguise, I guess, because Jake really suffered from addiction, and I'm sure he still does. If you don't get over it, but I was taken back by the honesty that Shawn was mentioning. I mean, he was doing, and then Triple H was mentioning how he was babysitting him and waking up every 2 hours to check on him to see if he was alive. So it still doesn't discount some of the things and how he treated people, but I have a better understanding of what he was going through. So.
Well, you know what? Religion came into his life in a big way. I'm interested to see that biography too. Out of curiosity, how did Marty come off?
Marty came off with honesty. I mean, he didn't sugarcoat his participation. Mm-hmm. But it's just, it came across that Shawn couldn't deal with the pressure of holding the championship belt. That's how it came across. And he fell back into drugs to cover up his insecurity.
It was a tough position for him to be put in. He was given the belt, you know, as the company was on the decline, where WCW was so hot, you know.
Exactly.
And I'll say this, at the same time, if you go back to that period in 1996, I would argue this tooth and nail with you or just about anybody. If you look at the quality and the variety of his pay-per-view main event title defenses when he was on top in that era, I don't think I've ever seen anyone better. People can say Flair. Flair's matches, they had a lot of repetition to them. Michaels had such a great variety with every pay-per-view opponent that he had.
Yeah.
And to me, I don't think he was the biggest star by any stretch of the imagination. He wasn't the biggest draw. He wasn't the greatest promo. But if you look at the actual body of work and the variety of work, he's, to me, in the argument, is one of the best of all time.
Yeah, he had exciting matches. I have to agree with you. I was just, being there at the time when he and Marty were there. Of course, there again, we traveled by ourselves, right. Fuji and I and Barry. But to see that in that documentary and to have him state that he was insecure and they were contemplating making a switch because the draw was going down. I mean, I just was alarmed what he was going through and why he turned to drugs. So, I mean, I've never experienced that kind of depression or anything in my life. Thank God.
Thank God. Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Well, for him, it's great that he, whether it's religion or whatever it may have been, that got him to turn the corner. And
yeah.
Now that he's doing better in life, that's a positive thing. He's what's the terminology they use for him at the NXT Performance Center? I think he's the final coach you train with before you go to the main roster. And I think what a better guy.
Yeah.
I mean, they have some high quality people at the Performance Center down in Orlando as it is, but to have Shawn Michaels is the last guy you work with day in, day out to get you ready to go to that main roster. I think that's, I don't think the talent at the Performance Center in NXT realize how lucky they are, almost being paid to learn how to become true professional wrestlers, whether they're someone they've taken from a different sport off of the street, whether it's someone they found internationally, whether it's an independent wrestler that they've taken that's been trained the wrong way, because I know there's been some guys from up here that have gone down there and they've learned so much once they've been immersed in that system. You know what I mean? I only wish that WWE would open more of them. Like you'll see in baseball, there's so many different levels. You have single A, double A, triple A before you get to the major league.
Right.
It's like WWE has its triple A, but where's the double A and the single A? You know what I mean? I'd like to see them expand it even more so. But you know what? As time goes on, Triple H is a very, very, very smart guy. I think he's got a lot of great ideas. And, Vince McMahon is aging. As time goes on and Triple H has more power, maybe we'll see more. I don't think you can do enough development to create great talent.
No, you can't. I mean, you have to be able to replace the talent that's going out the door with talent. Not necessarily right away coming in the door, but in the living room for a couple months or a year, so. And some of that doesn't work out. You can look at a guy and say, this is going to work out, and they develop, and for one reason or another, we've talked about it many times, the fans are the true judges. They're the Supreme Court.
Yep.
They've seen more talent over the years than we can even think of. And they can see good talent, mediocre talent, poor talent, excellent talent.
And they're going to let you know.
They're the judges. They buy the tickets, they watch the show.
All right, wrestling fans, again, great conversation with my longtime friend Bill Eadie. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders after this brief timeout.
Wrestling fans in the Northeast and beyond, the countdown is on to Boston Wrestling MWF's 20th anniversary extravaganza. Back to the 90s WrestleFest, Saturday night, November the 13th, at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Live wrestling, an autograph photo fan fest, VIP exclusive Q&A, and more as we kick off our annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. You'll see and meet 90s legends featuring guests such as WWE Hall of Famers Hacksaw, Jim Duggan, and Bob Backlund, Marty Jannetty, the Doctor of Style Slick, the Berzerker, the second Doink the Clown, Duke the Dumpster Droese, and Portuguese man of war Aldo Montoya, plus JTG of Cryme Time, John Cena Sr., and our Vice President Oscar from Men on a Mission. VIP packages and tickets are on sale now at bostonwrestling.com. We'll see you live November 13th in Melrose.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon. But we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all three men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans, welcome back again. We implore you to visit the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is open 24/7, no matter what the heck is going on in your part of the world due to coronavirus. You can find the link in the description box below. If you are watching the premiere of this fantastic talk show, share your thoughts in the premiere box, the chat box. I know Slick Rick B and Maria Davis and Tina are moderating and keeping an eye on things for us, but we're always interested in your thoughts. If you're watching this program after the fact, just leave your thoughts in the comment section below. We really do read them. We value your input because as Bill and I have said, you guys are the ultimate boss when it comes to what we do. Back to the World Wrestling Federation in 1987 as we've drifted all over the place in this episode.
That's been a long year.
It's been a long, I know, think how many episodes we've done, and we've basically hit the spring. May 26, 1987, a day of infamy in WWE history, especially with one of the people involved in my life. Hacksaw Jim Duggan arrives in New Jersey, ready for a house show, wherever it may have been that night. Sheiky Baby showed up at the same time looking for a ride. Even though they were in a heated feud, Duggan was kind enough to let the Sheik ride with him. And for whatever reason, the police pulled them over. They found a little bit of cannabis belonging to Jim Duggan. And with Sheiky Baby, they found more than cannabis in his bag. There was some of that white powdered stuff. And off they went to jail.
A misjudgment of friendship, I guess. I remember that situation. I don't think we were in the town, that particular town they were going to, but we certainly heard about it. And then I've since then seen comments that Jim made at various interviews and things. And you're right. I mean, Sheiky Baby blamed Duggan. He put all the blame right on Duggan. Right? He didn't own up to anything. And I think Duggan, at least from what he was saying on the interviews, thought that was it. I mean, he was finished. I wasn't aware of what Sheik was thinking, but Sheik probably.
I don't think Sheik was aware.
Sheik probably figured if he blamed Duggan, it wasn't going to affect him. So.
Well, you know, the Sheik was kind of promised a job for life when he didn't break Hogan's leg in that championship match, when he dropped the title to him in MSG, when Vern Gagne made that offer of $100,000 to him to break Hogan's leg and take the title to Minnesota. So maybe he thought if he came up with enough excuses like you thought, maybe he'd be able to dance out of it. But, you know, that wasn't just a little small situation in New Jersey. That was on the news all over.
That was
because
nationwide.
Not only was it, you know, top talent from, you know, a top form of entertainment, it was exposing the business in a way. In 1987, there was still, you know, people that believed to some extent, you know, in what was going on. But to see two rivals, I thought it was a great feud where Duggan was kind of the newcomer. We didn't get UWF Mid-South Watts' territory up here in Boston on TV, so I really only knew of Jim Duggan through reading about him through the wrestling magazines, but I was excited to see him come in. And then, you know, you have this great patriotic American guy with a cool 2x4 and a great chant that people still, oh! I mean, even on house shows you were on that Duggan probably wasn't at, people were chanting, oh.
Yeah.
And to have him feud with Sheik and Volkov, I thought it was a good program. And then to have the two of them together like that exposed, I was like, because I remember I used to argue with my dad when I was a kid. He, you know, and I hated him for it, but he exposed the business to me. Oh, that's not real, blah, 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 blah. I said, well, look at some of the things they do. How can that not hurt? And as I came to learn, it did hurt.
It does,
you know? And that's why I hate the term, the F word, when it comes to wrestling. I think that's an insult to everyone that's ever gotten in the ring and done it.
Yeah.
Choreographed, I'd go with that. Teamwork, I'd go with that.
Yeah.
But I think the guys' bodies go through, and you can attest to it far more than I could, your bodies probably go through as much abuse as any other professional athlete.
Oh, yes.
If not more.
Yes. And you don't try to explain it away. You just, people, when they used to ask us, the first thing I'd say is, how many matches have you had?
Yeah.
And until you've had a match and been injured, don't pass judgment, you know, so.
What does the word fake mean to you when someone says it to you? Do you get insulted?
No.
Do you roll your eyes? Do you shrug your shoulders?
No, I know that their idea of fake is that it's predetermined, but they don't understand what goes into a match, not just the match itself. Travel to get to the town. Go to training, gym work. So if it's a punch they missed, well, they missed it. I mean, it wasn't fake, it was a missed punch. But to say that it's totally fake, there again, until you get in the ring and step across from the guy, you're not sure what the hell that guy's gonna do. You're not sure if he's pissed off because he's having arguments with his wife, or he's behind in bills, or someone promised him something. So you got to deal with that personality all the time. You have to be prepared
for anything
to protect yourself. So predetermined, yeah, it's predetermined. But sometimes it's not. Sometimes you and I are working in a match and you say, hell with it, I'm not going to lose to him. That happens a lot. So.
Well, I find it highly insulting, and the one misconception that I hate is, it's a big trampoline that they're on. Oh yeah, big trampoline.
It's
what
this,
about some of those boxing rings you used to work on?
It's this with a pad on it, a 1-inch pad. It gives a little bit for sound, but when you do it for multiple years, say you take slams for 12 years, you feel them. You know, you take a turnbuckle for 12 years, you feel it.
I think it may have been done to maybe teach me respect for wrestling, but I told you, I was relatively young when I got involved. I was only 13, but they took me in the ring, and they actually body slammed me in the ring.
Oh, yeah.
And I saw stars.
Yeah.
I was, holy shit. Because, you know, again, you have everybody telling you, it's fake, it's not real. But to me, there was always, there were certain parts of it to me that I didn't think couldn't be, quote unquote, fake. Now, like you said, sometimes you could see punches and things, the stomping of the feet and things like that. But overall, there's too much athleticism involved in it for it to be fake.
There's too many guys. Look at Mick Foley.
Yeah.
Sabu.
Yeah.
There's a number of guys that take everything to the extreme. New Jack.
Yeah.
You know, I
Look
saw
at those balcony dives that
I
he
saw
would do.
New Jack one of the first times I met him. We were in Marietta, Georgia, and I was being introduced as one of the local legends or something. And I'm watching the match. He's up on the balcony, and he took a leap off the balcony about 20 feet onto a table. There's no way that you can protect yourself.
And what a chance for error.
I'm looking down the hallway. There's 4 ambulances parked in the parking lot. 3 of them had guys in them from previous matches.
Really?
Yes.
Jesus, what the hell kind of an event were you at?
It was
Demolition Derby?
No, it
No
was
pun
some kind
intended,
of it was some kind of extreme
hardcore type event?
extreme hardcore pay-per-view.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't involved in it, but
You didn't work.
no, I just got introduced at intermission.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's just one of those things that irritates me, I guess. You know what I mean? I wish everybody had the respect for it that we do, but they don't. And it is what it is. It's not going to change. And I don't think the way WWE presents it nowadays helps the cause, but that's a different story for a different time.
They never protected it for the simple reason that they wanted 25 cents off of each ticket. I mean,
when they came out,
I lost a lot of respect for the company at that time for a quarter on each ticket. So.
We're going to get there because that's another one of those situations that I have a strong thought on too. But like I said, we'll get there as the timeline, the chronological life of you continues. But after that big arrest with Demolition Cheeky Baby, we fast forward a few days
not Demolition Cheeky.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say Demolition?
Hacksaw Cheeky
Jim
Baby.
Duggan and the Sheik. I apologize.
Yeah.
We want to clarify that.
We weren't even there.
It was Jim Duggan and the Iron Sheik, not Demolition, that were involved in that scenario. But the next set of TV tapings, Vince McMahon has a very rare all-talent meeting. Everybody's called together as a group. Any memories of that where Vince said that Duggan and Sheik were gone and
for life,
drug testing was
forever.
coming? And
they're gone forever. They'll never work here again. You'll never see him here again.
And Duggan was back before the end of the year.
And I can remember the guys looking around with the. It's all based on if you're going to put people in the seats.
So the guys didn't take...
Nobody bought it.
Nobody bought it.
Nobody bought it.
Was there concern now that the drug testing was going to be coming for the cocaine?
Well, there was concern about that for guys that were...
On it, yeah.
On cocaine. If you weren't smoking or on cocaine or other narcotics, it didn't affect Barry and I.
Now, did they test for weed back then, or was it just coke?
I think it was later on they tested for weed. But,
yeah. And I mean, and now you look back on it, it's almost like, my God, with what all the guys were doing, you'd almost want them to light up a joint if that was going to make them feel a little better or relax them compared to, look at when the weed testing started becoming a big thing and the fines came into the play, look at all of the prescription drug pill problems that they didn't test for that killed so many of the Brotherhood, but that's further down the road.
All of the testing was selective.
Right.
I don't know how many times Barry and I got tested. Every time there was a random test, we got random tested because they knew they weren't going to find any drugs. But they didn't test guys sitting 2 chairs from us because they knew, well, maybe they're going to find something.
They knew who to pick a lot of the times.
Of course.
They knew who to pick when it came time for the testing.
So it was a farce.
Yeah.
It was a PR farce. It made them look good.
And they needed to.
Yeah, made them look good. And
it was and again, we can get into the even bigger scandals that would come a few years down the road as time goes on in these interviews. But at that point, it was a very wholesome company. You're selling Hulk Hogan, say your prayers, take your vitamins, pray to God and so on and so forth, train. And now you have 2 of the top guys in the talent, 2 of the top talents in the company getting busted for cocaine and weed. It wasn't
Yeah.
a very good look
No.
to a company that was action figures, that was cereal, that was T-shirts, that was posters. And
Yeah.
So, if nothing else, even if it wasn't sincere, it was a very wise move to put that information out to the media that they were going to do those types of tests.
And you know what?
Things like that.
I think, and it's nothing against, Jim's a good friend of mine, and so Sheik. If they
Both
would
are good guys
if
in
they
their own
would have
way.
stuck to their guns and not brought him back, they wouldn't have a problem. They wouldn't have had a massive problem later on, because the guys would have said, "Oh my goodness, they got rid of those guys." That's my feeling. But if you say,
You think it really would have sent a strong
I
message?
think it would
yeah.
have sent a strong message.
Well, you know what?
The
Now-
message that the guys got,
Well, you might get a little vacation.
yeah.
Yeah. I never thought about it. Again, we talk about looking at the moon, different perspective.
Yeah.
I never thought about it from that point of view. Maybe you're right.
Well, I'm basing my experience from playing and dealing with coaches over the years, and coaches that had a line you don't cross. You can go up to that line. You go over the line, you're done. You're not playing anymore. And even when I was coaching, our head coach had limits. And if you don't abide by the rules, you're done. We had very few problems because people knew, the kids knew, the parents knew. I knew when I was playing, I can do certain things, but I can't do that if I want to play ball. And we're not dealing with idiots. We're dealing with adults.
Some
They're
idiots.
they're gonna bring them back in 6 weeks or 9 months, whatever, and they did. So that reinforces the fact, well, I can do it. They're gonna give me a couple months off. But if I never brought them back, I better straighten up. That's my thought.
It's a very interesting opinion. I never thought about it from that point of view. But let me ask you this. In the moment, do you think McMahon was sincere in his threat? Or do you think he was just trying to put a little scare into the guys?
I think he was trying to put a little scare into the guys.
Yeah.
He knew that Sheik was going to make him money. He knew Hacksaw was going to make him money. And it's all about making money. I mean, that's some money-making business.
Yeah.
I can't fault Vince for that. But don't make a bold statement like that and then backtrack on the statement.
Yeah. A great way to put it.
Because he gets rid of lesser-known people or less productive people for a lot less.
Right. Right.
You got to have a standard. If you do this, you're done. You do this, you're done. You do this part, we'll support you. But this guy's the top guy, oh, this guy's the middle guy, you're done. It still goes on.
Oh, yeah.
So.
You take a look at that roster on TV right now, and you wonder sometimes, but that's a different story for a different time, I guess. It was a very interesting set of TV tapings, along with the big scandal that was going on with Duggan and Sheik, this being the first time everybody was together at the same building. You also had what a lot of folks don't even remember happened because it never was televised, but it was the one-day debut of Shawn Michaels and Marty Jannetty, the Midnight Rockers, coming over from the AWA.
Right.
They wound up hanging out, I believe, at the Superstars taping. They worked a match at the Challenge taping, but they had a wild night in Buffalo, New York. After that first set of TV tapings, Marty and I think, no, it was Shawn and Jimmy Jack Funk got into it at a bar,
Yeah.
and he broke a glass
It was
over
a bar
his
at
head.
the airport.
Yeah.
We were there we had a meal there, Barry and I.
Oh, you witnessed
Fuji.
it?
I didn't witness.
Oh, okay.
We had left.
Uh-huh.
And they were getting pretty rowdy. A lot of drinking, a lot of alcohol was being consumed.
Mm-hmm.
And we went back to the hotel because we had to get up early. And then the next day we heard what happened, yeah. And that's on that biography.
Oh, they talk about
Yeah.
that? Do you think it was smart for WWF to cut ties with them at that point, after one day?
Well, there again, if they would have held to their decision, they'd have a lot less problems. But they didn't know them. we're gonna banish you. How long? Right?
They were gone for just about a year.
Yeah.
At that point. Do you think, based upon the way you had engaged with them, do you think they had matured at all over that year they were gone after going back to AWA, or do you think? I mean, we know it's no secret that the partying continued, but
Yeah.
do you think they came back with a better focus towards what they were trying to do at that point, or?
I think they had matured a little bit in their physique, in their work, but as far as their attitude, no.
Really?
No. And there again, we weren't around those guys.
Right. Yeah, you weren't traveling with them.
No.
Right.
And but you hear a lot of things in the locker room,
Oh yeah.
and you know that the activity that they got fired for was still
Nightly.
undergoing
Nightly.
nightly, which led to Sean's problems in subsequent years,
And Marty.
and Marty.
I mean, you know, and I love Marty to death. He's one of our regular co-hosts, but look at the problems that poor guy is.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you know, his quote unquote, I hate that word, personal demons. They're personal choices more than anything else. Addiction is a horrible thing, but they are, at the end of the day, decisions that grown-ups make. You know, there's a guy, he's just so good, so smooth. He's someone that should be down at that performance center training the guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's a shame that
But there again, they're going to punish him,
yeah.
and because they can.
Right.
They can. They see less value in Marty
Oh, sure.
than they see in Sean, of course.
Oh, absolutely.
So if the roles were reversed, it would be Sean on the outside.
Right. Yep. Yep.
So.
Yeah. But also at that set of tapings was the debut of a guy that, again, I think almost like with the Rockers, maybe too young, maybe too soon to bring into WWE, because he was given a monster push once he was brought in. Bam Bam Bigelow.
Bam Bam, yeah.
His first run, big push, put into main events, and then gone pretty quick within a year.
And what was the reason for him leaving? I don't remember.
I just think it was a poor attitude.
Yeah.
I think he was young. I think it went, a lot of guys that have done interviews with us have said it went to his head. But I mean, what a great, agile big man.
Yeah.
I remember as a kid, as a fan, not knowing what went on in locker rooms and things like that, I thought, this big, heavy set guy. I mean, you didn't see Bundy and one-man gang doing cartwheels and flying like that.
I mean, he had good ability. We weren't. He was probably in most of the towns that we weren't in at the time.
Right.
They were running 2 and 3 towns.
Oh yeah, and even sometimes D towns.
Yeah.
When it got hot.
So I wasn't aware that he came in and left and then came back.
Yeah, he was there from 87 to 88, and then he came back for his second run from 92 to 95.
Okay.
And in that first run, I mean, he even did, I'm sure we'll talk about it in 88, but that the night in professional wrestling when 33 million people on NBC watched Hogan and Andre on the main event. The day after, they did a matinee in Boston and then sold out, and then sold out Philadelphia that night. It was Andre and DiBiase, you know, holding the title hostage against Hogan and Bam Bam. So, I mean, he was in some plum positions.
Oh, yeah.
And then by that spring, out the door.
Well,
but
you never know. I mean, there again, like I said.
What did you think of Bam Bam? Did you have any interactions with him in locker rooms, or did you have a chance to work him?
No, we never worked with him. We had a tour overseas that he was on with us. We just never really associated with, you know, you'd be in a restaurant or something like that, but you have conversation with him in the dressing room. But he was always fine with us.
Through your observation, did you find him maybe to have an attitude or an ego, or to maybe be a little immature?
Not immature. I think that in order to be successful in this business, you have to have confidence, and sometimes that confidence comes out as an ego. You have to have confidence in your ability, but you also have to be aware that there's other people around you that,
Right.
you know, they're just as confident or they wouldn't be there. You can't be arrogant. You can't talk down to people. I didn't notice that. Maybe he thought we were on the same level as him. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah. Well, it was, to me, it was just disappointing because there was a guy I really enjoyed, and then by the end of 1988, he wound up popping up in NWA, and even that was kind of a short run. I think he worked Starrcade '88 with Barry Windham, and by '89, again, he kind of vanished off the map. I know he was very, very successful in Japan for a period of time, but again, we'll get there as time goes on. But I got the cue from the back, Bill. Another episode is come and gone. We continue not to make much headway through 1987. It was like, if you knew how many episodes it took Marty and I to get through their return in 1988 through the end of 1989, probably 30, 35 episodes. So this is going to be our challenge to see how long it takes Bill and I to get through 1987, because there's a lot of interesting people, a lot of interesting anecdotes that go along with trying to tell these stories the right way. And we're having a lot of fun doing it, folks. We hope you're enjoying it just as much. Of course, if you're watching the premiere with Bill and I, the chat box is open. Share your thoughts. If you're not watching live, share your thoughts in the comment section below. We love to know what you're thinking. The super chat button is open for business. Help us keep the lights on in this studio so we can bring you more great interviews, more great content. And of course, we've always noted there's a ton of things you can do that will not cost you anything but a second of your time. Give the video a thumbs up if you like it. Let YouTube know you're enjoying what we're doing. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. That is free. It tells YouTube you like the content, and they'll showcase our videos to more and more new fans that don't know we exist. We need to continue to build up what we're doing. I would like to ultimately turn this series into almost like those talk shows you see nightly on CNN. Imagine if we could have not one original talk show a night. Imagine if we could have two. Imagine if we could have three. Think of the income that we could add to some of the great legends and veterans' lives that could really use it.
Think of the hours that you'd be working. There's only 24 in a day, my friend.
Maybe I could actually have someone help me. I feel like I belong in one of those horror movies, and the spirit on the inside of me is going to write, I don't remember what the movie was, but it'll write, help me on my, maybe it was The Exorcist, help me on my forehead from the demon that has possessed me, that is my work ethic. And again, folks, don't forget the eBay store is open for business. All that great merchandise on there. We'll give you an on-air shout-out as a thank you. Plus, again, it's not money we're padding our pockets with. It's money we're using to bring in great talent. And of course, more than anything, you're a friend of ours if you watch this show. We presume you're a fan of ours if you watch this show. But if you want to join the Boston Wrestling family, head on over to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You get early ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows. You get access to hundreds of studio shoot interviews that have been seen by millions online, millions more on the Howard Stern Show, thanks to the Sheik. You get some Patreon exclusive content, plus again, the knowledge that your fine self is helping keep wrestling legends working. And maybe most important, again, almost like a wedding, save the date. Saturday night, November the 13th, Memorial Hall, Melrose, Massachusetts. Again, check out BostonWrestling.com as we prepare for our 20th anniversary and we go back to the 80s. For my partner in crime, Bill Eadie, I'm Dan Marati. We'll see you next time on Wrestling Inside. As you and yours be well, stay healthy. Good night.
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary, back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Look for more with the Great Demolition Acts on Wrestling Insider Special Edition every Wednesday night after AEW Dynamite, where we have rotating legends and superstars each week. Our friend JTG of Cryme Time is going to be with us every Wednesday leading into our Back to the 90s event November 13th here in Melrose. Again, you won't just be able to get an autograph and photo from him, but JTG, in the best shape of his career, is going to be competing live inside the squared circle. Again, folks, there's a lot of small things you can do to help the cause as we continue to grow the Boston Wrestling MWF family. Your comments in the Premier Chat box on the right-hand side of the screen help, along with the amazing Super Chat button. Again, don't forget to tip the bartender for hours of great entertainment tonight. If you're not watching the premiere, leave your thoughts in the comment section below. If you're having fun enjoying the video content, give the video a big Hacksaw Jim Duggan size thumbs up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's free. You get access to over 2,000 videos. And why not share the link of the video with friends and fans on social media? Every single person watching counts. Every one of you can help the cause so we can bring you the best content possible. Up next, folks, again, we remind you, put the women and children to bed. It's another episode of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty as Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll look at the 80s and 90s continues. This week he continues breaking down WWF 1990, Survivor Series, Thanksgiving night in Hartford, Connecticut, a sexual situation with a one-legged woman, the Gobbledygooker, Demolition X leaving the company, Demolition, the tag team that remained, getting jobbed out, Madonna putting the moves on both Hulk and Linda Hogan, and tons more.
Around the world, welcome to Wrestling Insider. Dan Marty Jannetty, as we continue to roll through fall. Summer went by kind of quick. Soon we're going to need those winter coats. Hopefully not on November 13th, though. We want to have a nice night.
That's going to be a good one.
It's going to be a great one.
Y'all got to see that show because I'm on it, but I want to see all my boys. I can't wait to see Hacksaw.
I'm not sure what it's going to look like by the time this show airs in October, but as we're taping this...
Why's that?
Well, I'm just trying to go by ticket sales. The VIP packages have been moving fantastic. Thank you to each and every one of you. More than half of them are gone. And John Cena Sr., it is on tape, his promise, if we sell out of them within a reasonable amount of time before the event, he's promised us something big for the 8th featured superstars. So if you guys get those VIPs quick, I mean, if we sell out of them 3 days in advance, we need to have someone advertised by that point. You know what I mean?
Where's my phone?
It's over in the United States of America.
It's over there, though.
It's somewhere in this studio. All right.
No, you know you got it.
All right, well, never. All right, you don't need to destroy the table, Marty. What do you think this is, ECW? Come on. Anyway, we're having fun. We're talking Survivor Series 1990. Marty, one of the big things hyped up for Survivor Series 1990, right down the road in Hartford, Connecticut, that Socko goes through on his big adventures to this studio. Not the gobbledygooker, but the big egg itself. Yeah. What did you guys know what was coming out of that big egg?
No, they didn't tell us.
What were the boys thinking about the big egg?
Well, I mean, y'all don't hold this against me, and Lanny, I love you. Lanny, that's the first time I saw Lanny suck his dick.
At Survivor Series?
Oh, yeah.
Or in the egg? Did he do it in the egg?
It was in his dressing room. I don't remember in or not. And he stretched it. He did this. He was like, because somebody challenged him. Like, can you do it?
They challenged him to give himself
can
a
you
little
still
service.
suck? Because evidently he could suck, I say suck his dick, he could put it in his mouth. This is horrible.
Now, do you think if he kind of laid down on the floor and rolled himself in a ball, he could have gone a little further?
That was Sean. Sean did that. Sean fingered himself. Oh, shit.
You've mentioned that before, yeah.
But Lanny would do this. He would like stretch it out, and then he'd go, and then oh, shit, that hurt. My ankle.
You got to watch your feet, buddy. Fuck. I don't want you to get hurt, because you know what happens at that point.
Yeah, that
and if we go downhill, and it turns into something not as much fun as we're having right now. And we're having fun, and we're rocking, baby.
Lanny can't put his... That's just horrible to tell.
Do you think he's doing it now that he's in Ecuador? Do you think he has more privacy to service himself?
Ecuador?
Yeah, he moved to Ecuador. He left the country.
He didn't, right?
Yes, he did.
Why Ecuador?
I don't know.
Yeah.
He's involved in some kind of a real estate deal.
As much as I love Lanny, that sounds some like fucked up shit he would do. Ecuador.
Lanny is...
What the fuck?
We had Lanny here one time, really nice guy, but one of the oddest we've ever had, I guess is the best way to put it. I tell you this.
Why you say that? Did he do it?
No, he didn't do it. But he literally, we went to Kowloon, and when they brought the bill over,
We owe a tip.
he looked like the Roadrunner. I mean, he almost left skid marks on the floor. He ran from the bill so fast. I've never seen anything like it.
You know what he would do? On Macho, that's his brother.
Yeah.
And Randy, they used to love saving money. We all did, because you save it.
And there's nothing wrong with saving money, but realistically,
Lanny would always
let's see if he bangs the table.
Lanny would always expect Randy to, get a room for both of them. And
Lanny wanted to sneak into Randy's room for free, get a double bed, even with Liz.
And Randy was like this: "Nah, I'll get your own goddamn room." But you know what Lanny would do? We would see him so often. We go to the hotel.
Pretend like he's hanging out in the lobby.
He's laying there on the damn couch in the lobby.
I mean, how embarrassing, a WWF superstar, so cheap that they're sleeping on the couch in some Motel 6 lobby.
It wasn't Motel 6, though.
Yeah, exactly. But what did you guys think?
You ain't got no shoes on.
I heard him squeak. I'm going to say he does.
You heard that?
But
our producer.
Were you guys kind of buzzing? What's coming out of the egg? What's going to be in the egg? Were you interested?
Sometimes Randy would park on because we used to, way back in the old days, it was 4 cents a mile. And let me take one of these. What are these called?
Stack of three.
Not drugs.
Stack of three that you get at the dollar store in Georgia.
That you said that they don't make no more.
I literally thought they went out of business 20 years ago. I didn't know they still existed.
Where's my drink?
I have no idea.
$5.
Oh, Marty, mother of God.
I got some water.
That's all right. Good. You can wash it down. That'd be like saying to me that Tab was coming back into business in the soda industry.
But because we paid 4 cents.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
That goes up. Yeah. Let's see.
4 cents. Well, yeah, do this.
That's all right. Thank you, Marty, for the ninth time.
4 cents a mile back in the day. You remember that?
I was never in that position, but I'm familiar with it. Yeah.
You know about it. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, 4 cents a mile. Way back. This is way back. Probably 5 cents now. Like if you had to go 100 or 200 miles,
it adds
the driver,
up,
because it was gas money. We wouldn't try to make money off each other.
No, to try and do it fairly.
But Randy would park on.
Please don't touch it. Don't touch anything. Just don't move. Just sit still. I'm going to tie you to the chair like you're being kidnapped. God. And you're going to tell your stories.
Randy would park on this side of the parking lot.
Just to try and get a little extra?
Yes.
One more mile?
But they were good about their money,
Well, I mean, they saved and they were all well off, so.
Do you know how the copper wire? You heard about that?
Oh, the penny?
Yeah. Yeah. Copper wire was invented by 2 promoters squeezing the fuck out of a penny.
Well, you know what? Hey, some promotions did a heck of a lot better than others, I guess. So if you were the Nick Goulas type, it was really stretching.
How you know Nick?
I know. I've heard so many stories of him from the guys.
I got to tell you something.
All right.
Pat O'Connor, I got mad at one night.
Why? Now that was a promotion that drew very well. And I would guess the payoff should have been very good.
Yeah, it was for what we were doing.
It was a good payoff in St. Louis?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, the Kill Auditorium, yeah.
Mushnick, I was told, was fair. Very fair. Sam Mushnick.
Yeah, how do you know all these names?
Because I know all the promotions. I know Don Owens, even though it wasn't...
Pretty good, man. He's pretty good.
Don Owens in Portland, even though it wasn't a big money territory, as far as the percentage he paid, I was told was very good. And I was told that Paul Bosch was a very good payoff guy down in Houston.
I didn't know him.
And I was told Vince Sr. was a very good payoff.
Yeah, everybody liked him.
Yeah.
Snooker did. And Snooker is my brother. Does my hair look good?
Your hair looks great. Okay, back to the gobbledygook. Oh, wait,
okay.
Finish your story first.
One time we wrestled.
You didn't like Pat O'Connor. What happened?
Well, he was... One time he got a little ugly, and he was supposed to be, Mr. Pat O'Connor, and I was like, what? Who the fuck's that to me? You know, because he was
Pat
kinda,
O'Connor meant nothing to you.
I wouldn't say that.
All right.
But
He didn't mean a lot.
One time, St. Louis, we had we wrestled there. There was always 20. It held 20,000 or 15,000.
Wasn't that the Checkadome?
No. That was a hockey place down the street. They did wrestle.
They'd run the bigger events at the Checkadome.
Yeah. Kiel's fucking famous.
Oh, the Kiel is far more famous because that was their regular spot.
Yeah.
But for the big events, I think they did Checkadome.
Maybe.
For the big, a couple times a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what happened was, there was this girl.
It always starts with that.
No, it's true though. What had happened was, I shouldn't be telling this on TV. It's okay. It's like 30 years later.
Pat O'Connor, I think, is a long gone.
Well, I'm still mad at him. But
good. Get your revenge.
Well, here's what happened though. This was a little bit crazy, and it was when I first started wrestling. I don't do this no more. We was doing cocaine. We was drinking a lot of drink. Where's our drink at?
I think Angelo took it.
Where'd you go? But so, this girl, I mean, she was so pretty. Yeah. And she wanted to go. We lived in Kansas City. It's a 4-hour drive down I-70.
And that was a poor paying territory.
Sort of.
Kansas.
It wasn't
Bob
that bad.
Geigel. Wasn't that bad?
No, or for
Really?
me.
Oh.
Well,
I've been told by a lot of the guys it was a poor territory. Okay, well, your opinion, it was good.
It was worse.
Or was it?
The Jarrett's
Would
was
you
worse.
say fair or good?
Huh?
Would you say fair or good?
Fair.
Fair. Okay.
But so we was coming back. We was going back to St. Louis, the restaurant thing, and this pretty young girl. Can I call her a whore?
If you want to.
I don't want to, because she was kind of nice.
Yeah, she was a nice whore.
A nice.
Well, you know what? To be fair, on our board of directors, Mark Dustin one time told Quincy Rastani some of the nicest women he knew were whores. So there can be nice ones.
But this right here, and y'all can look it up. It might be on Google. She got in the car with us and drove back to Kansas City, which was like a 3.5 hour drive. And on the way, you always pass the boys. And I'll tell you a Harley race story in a minute. But you pass the boys, right? Because it's 4 hours, and you're going to pass each other. And you know, if you're on the same route, we all lived in Kansas City. But she was, we got drunk. All of us got drunk. Can you imagine that?
Never.
And well, she got drunker than we did. And she was this. And Bob Geigel, your buddy, I love him, man. I love Bob. But we saw him, and I was like blowing the horn. And I was telling her, show him. And she pulled her, her tits out, and he looked and he just smiled.
Bob enjoyed the breasts.
Yeah. But here was the bad part. When we got back to Kansas City, my partner at the time was Tommy Rogers. We went up to the room. This is horrible. We both, I can't say it.
Yeah, you can.
You sure?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
We both had sex with her.
You and Bob Geigel?
No, Tommy.
Oh.
Tommy. You're horrible, brother.
You and Bob Geigel, my God.
I love him, man. Don't talk bad. But it was a bad area. It was at the hotel, and a Capri Hotel is what it was called. And it wasn't in the good section of Kansas City. It's downtown.
Be careful, please.
Oh, what am I doing?
I just don't want you to knock the pictures over again.
Let me knock something over.
No, please. You've done enough knocking.
Okay. But this still gets talked to about. I think I've told you. I might have told you. But it wasn't the nicest. It wasn't. What are you doing, Matt, Daddy?
He's giving me the signal for the end of the first segment.
Change them damn
so
blue
hurry
shorts.
up, come on, we gotta get through this.
So we was, we were having sex, me and her, and Tommy was waiting on the other bed, like a double thing, like you got.
He was a gentleman. He let you go first.
Yeah, thank you for getting that. That was a nice room you got me.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
I'm glad you like it. I like that place.
Yeah.
Holiday Inn Express is wonderful.
Yeah, but that girl that came, Charlie came first. No, well, I don't mean like that.
Oh, all right. Well, you told me the stories a little while ago that there's been some activity.
I did not mean it like that.
Some activity.
Yeah, it was a lot. And,
all right, well.
But anyway, she came to the room and she rode with us from St. Louis, and you know I ended up accidentally
Accidentally, yeah.
Sorry to say this, I'm fucking her. That's horrible. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
How you say it nicer? Sex?
Intercourse.
Sex, but
little intercourse.
Yeah, we'll go with it. And like I said, it wasn't a good area of town.
Yeah.
Excuse my language, but I guess I just got to be real right now. I was fucking the hell out of her, and her leg fell off.
She had a peg leg?
Yes, she had from knee down.
Now, did you know it was a peg?
No.
Really?
No.
You had a Colonel De Beers incident?
No, it did like this.
Oh, no.
And I thought somebody was trying to break in. And Tommy was in the other bed, and he jumped up because we thought, because it was a bad area, it was a bad hood, and you know.
That's one way to put it.
What the fuck? Her leg fell off because you know I was going pretty good.
Did it roll to the floor?
No, it just bounced a couple times. Oh, I'm so sorry. I am not supposed to tell y'all this.
That's all right.
But her peg. Oh,
her
man.
peg. What happened to the peg?
Her leg.
Her leg. Yeah.
Because it was from here down.
Yeah.
But it was waving, and she was embarrassed. Yeah. You can imagine.
Now, was it all stump at this point?
What? I actually left. I didn't know
you
what
left?
to do. Yeah.
So you let Tommy Rogers finish
What was
her?
I supposed to do?
Use
Stick
the
her leg
stump?
up and give
I
it back?
Know. I don't know. I've never been in that position.
I ran, brother. I went down to
you
the
ran?
car.
You literally ran
yes.
from the woman with the
I
peg?
got in the car and left.
You got in the car and left?
Yeah.
Wow, you really were offended.
What would you do?
It would depend on the situation and the person.
Has that ever happened to you?
No, I have never had a woman with a peg
leg.
The only peg leg I ever knew, one was in Bar Harbor, Maine, and the second one was Kamala, who I tried to get new legs for until he jobbed me out.
Boy.
Well, he jobbed me out. And guess what? He lost his legs.
Job you out.
He sure did. He sure did. Biggest mistake of his life. It cost him 2 legs instead of being stuck in a wheelchair.
Ankles.
For all the, no, pegs. Or stumps, I mean. You know, WWE was willing to get him those legs until he made some foolish mistakes.
See, you're going negative again. So the girl's leg fell off. That was an accident because I was fucking the hell out of it. Excuse my language.
The suction wore off?
If y'all don't get mad at me, I actually like pulling the girl's legs and putting them over the shoulders. I like to it's called drilling. Why are we talking about this?
We were started with Survivor Series 90, but I guess her leg didn't survive.
I did not know, when I heard that, I thought somebody's fucking around, and Tommy jumped up too, and then we saw her leg on the floor.
I thought you were going to tell me her leg was going to come out of the egg with the gobbledygook.
Her leg was laying there, but I didn't know what do you do?
What do you do with it? Yeah.
Do you know what I did? I went and ran to my car. I went home. Because it was a hotel.
You were horrified by this leg.
And then the next day
what did Tommy Rogers do?
But
did he finish the job?
Y'all can look this up. You think I'm lying? Look it up. I came back the next morning.
Yeah.
And
to see if it was back on?
Or? No, just to see what happened. And Tommy they were out on the balcony, looking Tom Shaft. Big black brother. There was a bad boy. They're sitting out there over the balcony like this, and I pulled up and they're like, "That was fucked up. That was fucked up, man."
They were angry with you.
Yeah.
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 You made her feel uncomfortable.
Tommy had to deal with it. I got the fuck in the car and left. Tommy
had a little heat.
Yeah. Well, here's what she did though.
What did she do?
She got a ride back to St. Louis.
So she wasn't even there?
No.
Oh.
But here's the thing, and y'all can look it up. I promise you, it's Google it. She was the daughter of the people for the big airline company, Boeing. Because Boeing's real big in St. Louis, and she told everybody in St. Louis that she got kidnapped and raped, and her daddy went through all this. Bob Geigel, your friend, Bob Geigel was like, because he saw her titties, remember?
Yes, he saw the breasts.
Yeah, and he said, "Don't say a word. Don't say nothing." And we didn't.
Geigel
We
got
did
you
not.
out of it?
We did not. Let me tell you what else happened. Though of course, we didn't kidnap her. She wanted to come to. She wanted to ride with us. But next time we had to wrestle in St. Louis, we had our match and we're getting out of the ring. And there she is taking pictures as we're getting down. Like, goddamn.
Did you think about maybe doing the angle that Kevin Nash did with Butcher Vachon at In Your House with Shawn Michaels?
I don't know what that was.
He pulled off Butcher Vachon's leg and used it as a gimmick. Did you ever think of doing that with her?
No, but somebody drank some beer out of a shoe once.
Out of her stump?
Not her.
For Peg?
No, that was, I apologize. That was like 30 years ago. Yeah. She might not even be alive. But
the Peg might be.
What's the chances her daddy owns Boeing?
No kidding, right? Of all the people to pick up and bring to some
it was in the papers,
sleazy motel in Kansas City.
That's why, it ain't sleazy. That's why Bob Geigel threw the paper down and was like, do you see what y'all did?
Kansas City. All right, wrestling fans, right now we're going to take a brief timeout, give you a chance to head on over to BostonWrestling.com to get your tickets to the big one, Saturday night, November the 13th, Melrose, Massachusetts. We go back to the 80s. If you don't live in the area and you can't make the event, unfortunately, we're even doing mail-ins if you want a personalized autograph photo. We'll be back after this brief timeout.
Where's my phone?
The World Wrestling Federation was live at Meadowlands Arena in East Rutherford, New Jersey, Monday, October the 13th, 1986. In the opening contest, Ugandan giant Kamala beat Leaping Lanny Poffo. Cousin Luke with the win over the Blue Demon. Steve Lombardi defeated Jim Powers. Billy Jack Haynes victorious over Tiger Chung Lee. WWF Intercontinental Champion Macho Man Randy Savage retained the title over the Honky Tonk Man via countout. George the Animal Steel beat Mr. Fuji in a tuxedo match. Coco Beware replacing the Junkyard Dog with the win over King Harley Race. Jake the Snake Roberts defeated Corporal Kirchner. Hercules victorious over Pedro Morales. And in the main event, Cowboy Bob Orton beat Rowdy Roddy Piper via disqualification. If you were in East Rutherford Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep Wrestling Legends working now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/RedRoseFoundation. /Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to another exciting installment of Wrestling Inside His Party with Marty. As I try and keep Marty under control, sometimes I feel like a zookeeper on Thursday night.
I can't
when Marty
wait for
gets a little antsy. But he's getting excited about November 13th, too.
That, too. That and the live show we got tonight, which once they see
which
this...
will probably be about 6 or 7 weeks old by the time
right,
they see
the time
this.
they see it, yeah.
I understand that you want to turn maybe Piglet into an animal.
You keep talking about Piglet. Who's that?
Piglet.
Who?
Piglet.
Who?
It's almost like Michael Jackson's song, Beat It. She's Piglet.
You know the first time I met Janet, did I tell y'all?
No, I never knew you met Janet.
I told y'all that on TV.
Did you?
Yeah.
I don't remember that one.
At the China Club in New York. I actually wanted...
You have told many stories on this show.
I guess I'm just going to be rude. I don't mean to say...
We're over a year in.
Let me have your shoes.
You know, one thing we should have done, Marty, is had like a year celebration for our 1 year anniversary. Maybe when
August.
we hit it, no, it would have been July actually.
Really?
Maybe when we hit our 100th episode, we'll do something special.
But so Janet...
All right, back to Janet Jackson. Now, did Janet fillet?
No, and yeah, I'm sorry, Janet, but she was so rude that night.
Oh, you didn't like Janet? No. Why? What was wrong with Janet Jackson?
She was kind of quick. You know, she wanted to do whatever she was going to do in the club, like get somebody or whatever.
Did she sing Rhythm Nation?
No.
No.
No, but that was my girl, man. Let me push this.
Marty?
Well, it was horrible, Dan. Because that was
well,
my
I'm sorry
girl.
you had a bad experience with her. Did you want a picture with her?
Shit. But you know who else was bad? Was Madonna.
The material girl?
Yes.
Well, why was she rude to you?
Because she came in the VIP club. It was called the China Club in New York City. Mm-hmm. And everybody went there. And if you got into VIP, you know, you was with all the stars. And you know, I was never a star, but I got to see.
You were. Come on, be serious.
Okay, well. And
you were featured on NBC specials. I mean, that's pretty big.
But one time, Hulk brought Linda, you know, his ex-wife. That's my phone. Give me my phone.
What the fuck? Keep going. I'll have to get back to him. It's Din Fan. Anyway, keep going, brother. What are you laughing at?
You just said that on TV.
What?
But,
Din Fan?
No, you screamed.
What did I say? What did I scream?
Fuck.
Oh, did I? I apologize, everyone.
Madonna, and this is known, I mean, everybody was there, but she was all over Hulk. And he had Linda.
The material girl.
Yeah, Madonna. And she was all over, draped, she was draping. And, you know, he was like, because he would have fucked the shit out of her. But he was like, he had Linda, he had his wife with him.
Yeah.
What's your wife's name?
Linda.
Damn. That's weird. But so, yeah, she was right there, you know. He didn't take her on the road a lot. And here's Madonna just draped all over him. And you know, he was like, I love your music. I love your music. This is my wife. And she said, oh, I'd like to fuck her too.
Wow. Madonna had a little LM in her.
Yes. I actually lost respect for her though.
Why?
Well, because
Madonna,
he told her.
Yeah.
And she didn't back down. She didn't back off.
Madonna wanted the sex.
Yeah.
Maybe she was thinking about
sex, but
she was probably thinking about that Dick Tracy movie when she sang More.
Baby.
More, 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 nothing's better than more. She wanted all of the Hogans.
You know I've never fucked her?
Well, I'm not surprised. I hear she's kind of a...
don't do that.
She's kind of a hermit, from what I understand.
A hermit?
She doesn't like to go out much.
That might be true.
I don't know. I mean, I've never met her.
It was still rude, though, because Hulk told her, this is my wife, And she's still draped on him.
She wanted a little poontang pie.
Both of them.
Yeah.
She wanted to fuck them both.
Well, that's all right. Imagine if Linda McMahon was
No,
there.
he couldn't.
Do you think? Do you think Madonna would have made the same offer?
I'm gonna say something I shouldn't say on TV. Are we on TV?
No. See, even Phil knows.
No, are we?
Yeah, no.
No, be honest.
No, not right now, no.
We're on TV
We're
right
at a
now?
commercial break right now.
Oh, wait.
All right, no, what is it now?
I think I told you.
Oh, let's see.
The Bushwhackers.
Oh, the limousine story?
Yes,
Yeah, you have told that story.
Yeah, you weren't supposed to do that.
What?
That's what are you doing, Blue Pants?
We're at the segment 2 closing out, or is that 3?
We got a live show.
2, thank you, brother. You got to remember how bad the vision is.
What time's Blue?
Please don't ask what time the live one is, or I'm going to lose my mind.
8:30.
Oh, hopefully that's when it'll end. But what was I completely lost track now. I'm thinking about
Linda.
Going the route of Linda McMahon and Madonna making love.
One of my girlfriends, Tranisha was her name.
Yeah.
Raka Khan, the one that. She went straight to, she asked, like, how do I get ahead? I'm like, work hard. And she goes, no, who's in charge? I'm like, well, sort of Linda McMahon. And she went right to it, meaning sex-wise. Are we on camera?
Linda had a little rocker.
We're on camera, goddamn.
Was Kurt Angle jealous that Linda McMahon made love to Raka Khan?
You have to ask him that.
Yeah. Well, he's a very happily married man now.
You know what she told me?
What's that?
Camera.
Linda was like Damien's
No,
tail?
no. About Kurt.
Oh, all right. What did she say about Kurt?
He beat her up.
Oh, that's a.
I
lost a lot of respect for him for that. If true. True.
Yeah, I don't know.
But you know what? Now that you mention it, I do remember him running into some legal issues. Yeah, he had a bad drug problem at one point. My interaction with
pain pills.
Yeah, I remember it was sad enough.
We got pain problems.
It's sad that I remember the date, but it was the day
well, you don't remember
of
the
Benoit.
Date. Of what?
And the Benoit incident. You know the Benoit incident.
Yeah, of course.
TNA did 4 house shows up here for the very first time in New England, and I helped promote them.
No, you didn't.
I did.
How'd you do that?
Because they needed help locally.
I knew you loved Jim Cohen.
Ed Cohen. I don't know Jim Cohen. But anyway, I remember that Sunday afternoon, that morning, Linda and I took the kids up to Hampton Beach, which is like...
Your Linda or Linda?
My Linda, yeah.
Okay.
For, I'm trying to think of what I could compare it to. They have like a lot of arcades and rides, and so that morning we did, some fun stuff for the kids. Yeah. And then about, 2 o'clock, whatever the call time was, I went to it's called the Hampton Beach. You might even work there, because Vince would run there. Yeah.
The Hamptons,
the Hampton Beach Casino, yeah. It was that venue. TNA was running it. And I don't remember what I was doing, but Angle came in, and we were just kind of shooting the breeze.
You would love Kurt. Oh, well, met him, you said.
Yeah, this was the 4th day of the 4-day tour.
Kurt's a good brother.
And we were talking about necks, because I was explaining to him what was wrong with mine because of my car accident. And he was telling me about his, and we were sharing neck problems. And then I remember,
he had that fucked up neck, yeah.
And I remember the Dudleys.
Come here. What's wrong with them?
No, before the show, I guess someone had the internet.
Yeah.
And the news broke that Benoit was missing the pay-per-view. And they were like, wow.
Oh, yeah.
For a guy to miss a pay-per-view payoff, something serious must be going on. They thought an illness or an injury at last minute or something like that. And then I'll remember it was about 4 o'clock the next afternoon. I got a text message from a friend of mine down in Florida that said, go online and see what happened. And I was just... I'm sure we'll get there at some point, but my God, because I had known
her. Yeah, that was hard, brother.
I knew her as Nancy Sullivan from when she was married to Kevin.
Right, yeah.
But Benoit I didn't know as well. Benoit I'd met a few times with WWE.
Do you know New Jack was fucking her a lot?
Woman?
Yeah.
I knew they were very good friends, but I didn't know it was a sexual thing. I'm not necessarily surprised.
I'm going to name 3 names to you to see if you knew it. That New Jack used to fuck.
All right.
Terry Reynolds.
That one we spoke quite a bit about.
Okay.
Nancy, I guess, now can be added to the list.
Her too, but Fuck, the blonde hair, god damn it.
ECW?
Yes.
Sonny?
No, he might have fucked her
Blonde
too.
one. Francine was kind of brown.
No,
Dawn Marie was brown.
No, man. And she was pretty back in her
Chastity? The one that was with Sandman?
Back in her younger days, she was she was the best looking girl there is. Back in her day. God damn. Fuck is my phone? Where's my phone, brother?
No, I want to see if I can remember. I'm trying to think. Blonde head.
I can't.
Very beautiful. An EC. Are you sure she was an ECW?
I know she was, and she was beautiful.
Help in the back, if you guys can think of it.
When she was younger.
Blonde-haired valet in ECW.
Yeah, I can't.
Sandman's Peaches, maybe? Not Laurie Pullen.
Annie? Who?
No,
Annie.
No, it wasn't Annie,
it wasn't
no.
her. It was, God fucking damn it.
Terry Runnels gave him the Annie treatment, though.
Yeah, he was mad about that.
Mona Wanalea? No, she's dark.
She was, she wasn't blonde. Beulah.
No.
No? No, she was kind of brown-haired.
I keep wanting to say Nicola. It's not Nicola.
Not
though.
Nicole Bass, I hope.
No, don't. Hell no. I didn't mean nothing bad by that. She was the prettiest girl back in. She was the first one that started all the diva shit.
And you're not talking about Missy Hyatt?
No. Yes.
Oh, Missy
Yes.
Hyatt. Oh.
Yes.
He had relations with her?
He fucked her.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, good for New Jack. And I think, Matt Daddy, you gave me the wrap-up signal for segment 2, did you not?
Let me go.
All right, wrestling fans, we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders as we try to get to Survivor Series 1990.
And
Stand by.
he's got my phone.
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo in an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. We're going to talk now seriously about focused on Survivor Series 1990, the event Thanksgiving night, Hartford, Connecticut. Did you miss being with the Jannetys on Thanksgiving?
You know I like you, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what happened that night.
No, I mean, was it on a holiday like that, did you miss being with your family?
I hate to say this on TV. I might have been drunk.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised, but
Stop it.
Did you miss being with your family on
Yes,
Thanksgiving?
of course I did.
Yeah. Now,
Wait a minute. Did you miss me?
I wasn't there, and
So
I
you-
didn't know you yet, so
so
that
you
would be
didn't miss me?
difficult. I watched you.
Hey, Eric Clapton's here.
No. We got to focus on Survivor Series 90.
Okay.
We're running
so
out of
what do
time.
you want to know?
Well, for example, what did WWE do? Would they put out like a little Thanksgiving spread for you guys, or
They always did. They still do, as far as I know.
they just put out turkeys every
catering.
week?
They call it catering.
Yeah, but I mean turkeys
Yeah.
every week. They put out turkeys.
Not turkey.
It's a little odd, in August to be giving out turkeys and catering. But oh boy, do we have fun!
Are we gonna have? We cannot mess with Sasha. Is she married?
Yes.
How you know?
Because I know the man she's married to.
Who
He's
is
one of the seamstresses for WWE.
No, that's Julia and
No, he does it too.
It's a dude.
Yeah, he used to be an indie worker.
How you know that?
I've been around them.
Okay.
But anyway, so they gave you a nice thing.
We can't mess with Sasha.
No. They
Would
gave
you?
Like I said, if under different circumstances in a different world, if she ever came to me and had a certain request, I don't know if I don't think I could deny her. She's a lovely woman.
No, you got mad at her.
From what I've heard from fans and from what I've heard
that way,
from
Sasha.
people
You're a
in
great worker.
the office,
Stop it.
there are certain things about her that can be difficult.
Okay.
But the person that I knew on the
Knock
Indies,
it off.
she was delightful. Delightful. She was delightful. All right. So back to Survivor Series 90. You had your nice turkey spread. Did you guys, were you trying to figure out what was going to pop out of the egg, and when did you realize it was going to be a gobbledygook?
Never.
What do you mean now?
We never knew, what's his name, Guerrero was going to pop out of that motherfucking egg. Excuse my language. Going to pop out that egg.
Did any of you guys see him get in the egg? Did you know?
No.
So it was a surprise to everybody.
Yeah.
What was the reaction in the locker room like when that thing came out of the egg?
It wasn't a big deal.
No.
But it was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And poor Mean Gene had to go in the ring and do-si-do with the gobbledygook.
But you know what? What's his name? Guerrero. He was a good brother.
Chavo? Was it
that
Chavo?
It wasn't
No,
Chavo.
it was, there you go.
Hector, yeah. You know, he fucked Pam Anderson, and I've never.
Hector Guerrero?
Yes, and I never have, and he got it first. Oh, shit.
Wow.
Are we on TV again?
I'm kind of, not good for Hector, but I just, that
I'm
wouldn't
going to take my tooth out, y'all. There it is.
It's going to be available in the raffle
Hey,
Saturday night, November the 13th for the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. You look handsome as hell. All right, let's continue with Survivor Series. It was the last night of our buddy Bill Eadie. It was Ultimate Warrior, Kerry Von Erich, who even though he lost the Intercontinental title at the TV taping, still had the belt, in the Legion of Doom against Mr. Perfect and all three members of Demolition. Bill Eadie saw the writing on the wall.
Yeah, crushed.
They went back to the face paint for the last night, which was nice. And Bill Eadie was pinned, and off he went, never to be seen or heard from, now in 31 years almost in WWF.
He was on the show.
Not with WWE.
No, with you.
Oh, yeah. Well, I love Bill Eadie.
Yeah, he's a good brother.
It was a sad ending to what I consider the greatest tag team in WWF history. Yes.
No.
Well, we disagree respectfully.
Road Warriors.
No, not in Road Warriors. Here's the thing about Road Warriors. Road Warriors, beloved, the pop unreal, but everything they did was almost identical.
Let me tell you.
It was the same match every night in every promotion.
Because they couldn't do much. They didn't have to do much.
Well, Bill and Barry could work a variety of styles.
Yeah, they didn't do. You know what? I had to work against them. They didn't do shit either.
Well, I disagree with you.
Punch kick, punch kick. Ow.
At least they'd sell.
Fuck, that hurt.
At least they'd sell and take bumps. Did you ever see Joe and Mike bump? I mean, you'd have to hit them with a concrete brick.
I'm going to tell you if you give me a minute.
All
that
right,
hurt.
well,
that
repair
hurt.
your foot.
Shit.
I don't know what Angelo thinks. Quincy was out of control.
One time we was in Chicago.
Yeah.
And the biggest arena at the time.
The Rosemont Horizon?
Yes.
Yeah.
and me and Hawk were real good friends. We did a lot of cocaine together.
Yeah.
And we
A lot
was,
of medicine.
Yeah, a lot of medicine.
Yeah.
And we're sitting there, and the first time I had been with him at Chicago, and when you come out, it's like a little stage. You come out, and it's over the whole arena. And he goes, "What's this?" And he walked out, and the whole fucking place went crazy. And that was my first time. I'd never been to Chicago before, that place, Rosemont. And I'm like, oh my God, they went fucking crazy.
Their formula worked great in moderation.
You know what, Paul?
Once it was overexposed,
you know who
people
made
got...
him?
Who?
Paul
Ellering?
This.
Why? Because he had the Wall Street Journal?
No, because he taught him what to do. He taught him, y'all are too big, don't let, can I say ninja?
You can say ninja, yes.
He told them, don't worry about none of these ninjas, just do this. And that's what they did. They beat the shit. How you think
And
they got
that
over?
formula worked great when you have a television program consumed of squash matches. That's great. But when it comes time for the steak and potatoes, you can't have the same match over and over
Steak
again.
and potatoes, your ass, but let me ask you this. You didn't think them boys were bad?
I'm not saying they weren't. I'm not disagreeing with that for a second.
I'm asking you.
I do think they were bad.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is,
What are you saying?
look at their run they had with Vince when they came back in '97. And they were on weekly TV against quote-unquote competitive tag team competition.
Well, no,
they could
no,
not
the
have
only
those
part-
same
the only
matches every
people
week
that
or it was boring.
competitive was me and Sean, and we were done at 1992-ish.
You guys finished, yeah, early.
Nobody can hang with them, brother. I love Demo. That's my boys.
I'm not saying, I'm not trying to knock Legion of Doom.
Yeah,
I'm
you
just
are.
saying what they did was, it
You
was the
said they ain't
same
shit.
match
You said
over
they-
and over again. What they did was phenomenal.
That's all they got to do.
But once you've seen it, how many times do you want to go back for more?
No,
Demolition, there was
there's my
always
phone. I heard my
something. No,
phone.
that's mine. There was
I
something
don't think it was.
always different with Demolition.
There it is.
You look at Demo's body of work on different pay-per-views, different big
Dan,
events.
what
It
do you
was
want-
always
what do you want me to
different
say?
and unique.
What do you want me to say?
We just disagree. Respectful.
They tore up everybody.
You're talking about LOD now,
Yeah.
or the demos.
Yeah, well, no, not Demo. They tore everybody up.
And I understand that was the
Bam.
gimmick that worked.
Okay,
But how
brother,
many times
brother,
did you want to see
how
the
many
same
damn
thing?
different matches does Ric Flair do?
He fits that same quota, only he'd go longer.
That's all you got to do when you know how to do it.
Well, with Flair, he had a little bit more variety of opponents
You know, I
because most
wrestled-
promotions only had a handful
You
of
know,
tag
my first
teams.
year in the business, what time's our live show?
8 o'clock.
8?
Yes.
What time is it?
8:15.
Now?
Yeah.
Sorry, y'all, we got to go in a minute. Rick, my first year in the business, and old Sean jumped up on me and said, you ain't never had a match with Ric Flair. I was like, bitch, before you ever sucked Vince's, shit. Did I just say that?
Yeah. That's all right.
Rewind that, please.
Yeah, hear it again.
Before, how do I fix that?
No, we'll take care of it. Don't worry.
You gonna edit?
No, we're not. Of course we will.
But
I'll be honest, so I don't get one of your nasty Facebook messages. Yeah,
it's
idiot.
not nasty. I'm trying to.
Well, you've said it
Why
about
you got
you've
no
added it
why
in
ain't
once
you
or
got no
twice in every
t-shirts?
episode.
Why ain't you got no t-shirts?
You're right about that. Fans at home, if you're in the premiere chat, do you want Party with Marty t-shirts? Let us know.
Or orgasm donor.
I am not going to print that.
Yes, you are.
You can print those yourself.
Are you going to sell them?
No.
Do what? Yeah, orgasm. You know they got the Red Cross.
November 13th, you need to be an orgasm donor with Pagan. But anyway.
Hey, I got to tell you about this.
No, we got to get back to Survivor Series 90.
Okay.
People want us to try and stay on track.
No, they don't.
Did you, was it known that it was going to be Bill's last night?
Bill, who's Bill?
Bill Eadie?
Demolition?
Yeah.
No.
You didn't know it was going to be his last
Nobody
night.
knew that.
Do you, as a tag team wrestler, were you smart like Bill, and did you see the writing on the wall that things were going to go downhill real quick for Demolition? Because he said
No.
Barry did not.
No. And you know why it went downhill? Road Warriors came in.
I think the problem
It was over.
they should have
It was a makeup team.
They should have built up LOD against Axe and
I
Smash
love Bill.
at
You know
WrestleMania.
that, right? And
I know you do.
Definitely
I know you
love
do.
Barry.
They're
He
great
was on
two
this
of my
show.
favorite human beings.
Yeah,
in
he's a
wrestling.
great guy. Great
I
guy.
love them
and
both.
Crush was a good brother.
I might have met him once or twice.
I loved them, but they were a makeup because Vince couldn't get. They were the Road Warriors, first of all, and he couldn't get that name because they kept the name. So Legion of Doom came in.
They were very smart in the way they presented
Yeah,
that
they
because
were.
Vince couldn't own that either.
Yeah.
Because they had prior
Yeah.
usage.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is
What are you
that
saying?
Bill Eadie said he saw the writing on the wall, that Demolition was going to be pissed on and jobbed out, so he wound up leaving. Barry did not see that, so he stayed with Crush.
Not true.
That's what Bill said.
Let me tell you what happened one time.
Tell me what happened.
Okay. I was in Austria. I think I told y'all.
Oh, no. We don't need to repeat that story
The
again.
part where, but you don't know
Bill
this.
saved you.
Yes, he did.
Yes.
The pit bulls had to tie sheets together.
Yes, it was like the hangover.
And
You
let
snuck
me-
out of the
and-
hotel.
Is that what they
You've
did?
told the story. Yep, we know that one. But no, we're talking tag team wrestling now, and you were a
Okay.
tag team specialist.
Okay.
There were only a few teams in the division, maybe 8 to 10.
Oh, no. They ain't got none no more.
Well, no kidding, right? They've destroyed tag team wrestling. But it's a beautiful, at its best, it's a beautiful art form. I love tag team wrestling.
It's the best
But-
because you got four. Well, you should know your own, and this is what you need for your company. You got 4 guys to do what 2 guys could do.
Yeah, it adds to the magic. It adds
Yeah.
to the variety.
Yeah.
It adds to the creativity. That's why I've always been such a big proponent of a good tag team division.
Have you fucked anybody since your lady, Linda? Your Linda.
What about her?
Have you fucked anybody since?
Do you think I'm really going to get into that on the air where the kid is probably watching?
Oh, you think so?
Most of the time.
I'm sorry, brother.
I remember the
have
time,
you-
I don't
have
even
you-
know if I told you this one, but when we were in Florida and I went to take a shower,
Yeah, you went to Orlando.
he had a party with Marty on. And I said, "Oh, what did you think of it?" He said, "I heard things I've never heard in my life." And I said, "Well, what are you talking about?" He said, "Oh, Annie."
That was you now. I didn't do that.
He had never heard of that physical activity before at his age, and his mother was not thrilled and said he better not go back
Why
to
don't-
school
why don't
using
you
that
love her?
phrase. Huh?
Do you love her?
Oh, please, Marty, why do we have to get into
No,
this?
let's do it.
I
right
love
now.
her as a human
okay,
being,
she's
absolutely.
watching right now. Do you love her?
I love her as a human being,
As
absolutely,
a
and she
human
knows.
being. What the fuck
I
else
still let her
you gonna
use
be?
one of my credit cards, so what more can you say?
Do you love her?
I do, as a human being, yes.
What the fuck
Could
does
I
that
ever
mean?
could I ever be in the position of living with Linda? No.
Is she,
I enjoy Linda in moderation.
is she ugly?
No.
Then why the fuck?
I thought you said you saw her.
I did. She was out here in front of the building.
Well, what are you asking me for if she's
'Cause
ugly?
I thought she was pretty.
Well,
I
I
don't
do
know why
too.
you don't like her.
Well, there's more variables that go into it than whether I think
We're
she's
gonna
pretty
go
or not.
variables. How you spell that?
Variables, I think, as you put me on the
Yeah,
spot.
I think you got it. Don't
But
you
no, anyway,
love her?
huh? Marty, how many times do you want me to answer the same question?
I'm gonna ask you something. I shouldn't ask you something on TV.
Let's hear it.
If you're not gay, why don't you love her? Because
I'm telling you, I do. No, she doesn't.
don't
You
think
should have
so?
seen the text argument we had this morning.
That
as a
don't
matter
mean
of fact.
nothing.
Huh?
That don't mean nothing. That's just an argument.
Well, when they're every day, yeah. But anyway. So as far as Demolition went,
Yeah.
did you think Barry
Are
and...
we on TV?
Yeah.
Oh,
Did you
shit.
think that Smash and Crush made a credible version of Demolition without Axe?
I like them, but no.
No. You think that's when they started to lack?
You what?
When they started to lack. Thank you, sir. When it was
You
Job
you
City.
still got them blue shorts on.
When it was Job City.
For us?
No, for them.
They never
Demolition.
job. They never jobbed.
After Bill left?
Who jobbed?
I don't know who was taking the pinfalls. They were losing every night.
None of them.
You guys had you were on the loops with them. They were putting you over every night. Barry and
We
Crush.
never beat them.
Smash and Crush.
We never
You went
beat
over
them.
on them every night.
All right.
After Bill left.
What do you want me to do? Say yeah?
Yes.
All right, yeah.
All right, good. At least you're right now. Well, unfortunately, we got to start to wrap up this show. I guess we're going to have to continue with Survivor Series next time. Marty, we really, really, really have to start to stay on topic more about things. The fans get frustrated with us.
No,
the fans, yes, they do. And then they say we don't want to see the viewership drop. We have to stay on target.
If you start sharing it.
If I start sharing what? I share everything. You don't share it at all.
Because you embarrass me sometimes.
I'm only putting on the show where you talk. You are not a puppet. My hand is not up his back, making him speak about Linda McMahon and China making love.
Hey, I never saw, I can't say this on TV. I never saw Linda, oh boy, I can't say this. I never saw her lick pussy.
Yeah. Just secondhand stories.
But she did.
Yeah. Lots of it.
No, you don't know that.
Lots of it. It was like Thanksgiving with all the pie.
One of my girlfriends.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Raka Khan.
Linda used to get rats? Oh, Raka Khan? Oh, that's right, yeah.
Yeah.
There was a lot of rocking going on
She's
with
not
Raka
a rat,
Khan.
though. Don't take
No,
the
I
rat.
know. I didn't know you meant someone that was in the business. I wouldn't have said that about her. Because I know, again, she was with Angle for a while.
You know what? Shit, we're still on TV. But you know what? It was. I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't like because I trained her.
Yeah.
I trained her, and Hugh Morris got mad at me. Was it Hugh Morris? Who was the one in
Bill
Atlanta?
DeMott.
Oh yes, Bill DeMott.
He did work as Hugh
I
Morris.
love you, Bill, and you know that we partied so many damn times.
I knew him through Tony Rumble. Yeah. I like
and
Bill.
we fucked so many girls. Me and you and Jimmy
I didn't know
Powers.
that.
We fucked so many girls. How you gonna get mad at me?
What did he get
I'm
mad at?
actually getting mad at you right now. But
What do you have heat with him about?
because he got mad at Trinisha. Her name's Trinisha, but Raka Khan.
Yeah.
He got mad at her
Why?
because she took a tape, and the Miz wanted to study it. They wanted to see it. They wanted to do this shit, and he got mad. He got mad. Like, fuck y'all, go to Marty then. Well, what kind of coach is that?
So just in case I understand this right, they were training at the Deep South Training Center in
Atlanta,
Georgia.
wherever the fuck that Atlanta.
And Jody Hamilton and Hugh Morris were
No,
running
it
that.
was Hugh.
Well, Jody was involved in it. I
Well,
think
maybe.
he owned it.
I don't
yeah.
know about that.
But and John Laurinaitis closed it when they brought it down to Steve Kern and FCW. But so they brought tapes of your work to Deep South to watch.
Trinisha did.
Okay, and Bill DeMott took
He
offense
got
to
mad.
it.
Yeah, because Miz wanted to see. They wanted. This is when Miz. It was for his fucking Crystal, and Crystal was like I told you. I like Crystal.
Who's Crystal? Oh, Crystal Marshall.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
And you know, but she was too young and shit. And Michael,
I think you're off on that, but
not.
I
Brother,
know.
I know exactly.
She's
what
older
happened.
than Bobby. I'm pretty sure.
Not then. Not yet. Not then.
Let me tell you something. She's always going to be biologically older than Bobby.
Maybe, but that's fine. That's fine.
He's never going to leapfrog her. Her age is never going to pause.
Okay. I ain't
Bobby's 44, I think.
I got nothing to do with that.
And if you met her in 2006, she would have been 32, not 21, like Michael Hayes said.
Michael said 21.
Well, he was wrong.
She wasn't 32.
She's older than Bobby.
She's
And
probably
Bobby's
32
44.
now.
No.
Okay. Let's Google it. Yeah.
All right, wrestling fans, you finish your story about that, and we're going to wrap this up because I got a challenge.
8:30. What time's the show?
We're running out of time real quick. Wrestling fans, I want you to pop on your phones, head on over to BostonWrestling.com, get those VIP packages and tickets as we go back to the 80s for WrestleFest as we celebrate 20 2020. Big years of Boston Wrestling MWF. When we go back to the 80s for WrestleFest, Saturday night, November the 13th, Memorial Hall, we're going to be joined by an all-star panel of legends, including this man right here that always likes to rock. Well, you know what? We're both wrong.
I told you she was 21. I know what age she was. Michael told me leave her alone.
No.
21, I ain't got no doubt. No doubt.
I always thought she was older than Bobby.
Okay.
And I you know what? When I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I apologize to you.
Are you wrong?
I am wrong. I apologize. She may have been a little north of 21, but she was right in that vicinity.
At the most 23.
I don't know why I thought she was older than Bobby.
Mikey told me, I'm sorry, Mikey. Michael told me, he said, Marty, stop. She's 21.
That's never stopped you before, though.
No, but Mike, I trust Mike. I trust Mike.
Yeah.
You know.
All right, wrestling fans. What
and
time
she
do we
had
get
a
here?
hell, probably still does. And I can't say this because I love Bobby. Bobby's my boy.
Bobby's a good
He's a good one.
He's a good man.
Crystal she had a hell of an ass. When she walked by, you had to move back.
Well, you know what? I question her as a person.
Why?
Where Bobby has custody of both of their kids. How often do you see that?
What happened there?
That I don't know, to be honest.
I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
I just think that's questionable to me, I guess, is the way to put it.
So you're saying she's a hoe?
I don't know if that had anything to do with it. All I know is that
He's
Bobby...
got the kids, that means she's a hoe.
Bobby has custody of them, so that makes
So she's a hoe.
Something had to be up.
She's a hoe.
I don't know if she's a hoe.
Why ain't she got the kids?
I wasn't in the
The
court.
mom
I don't know.
always gets the kids.
I know, and that's why I find it so surprising.
Where's the phone? Let me call
And
her.
Bobby's a
Where's
great
my
dad.
phone, brother?
He's a fantastic dad.
And
to
Bobby,
those
I
kids.
love Bobby. Where's my
he's
phone?
someone that he's one of the types that
One
you'd
of
say,
the best. He's one of the best.
He's one
Where's
of
my
no, but
phone,
listen,
brother?
he's one of the types where you'd say he doesn't belong in the wrestling business. He's that good of a guy. Even though he's one of the most phenomenal athletes the sport has ever seen, as far as his heart goes, he's one of the best human beings I've met in the business.
You met him?
He worked for us down the street.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I love him, man. He was so nice to me.
He does so much great work for underprivileged kids
But
in
I
Denver.
can't believe Crystal's a whore.
I'm not saying that. I don't know that
he's got
to be
the
true.
kids. She didn't want
that
the kids.
I know to be true. Yes.
So she didn't want the kids, so it makes her a whore. Why would you
I
want
don't
your
know
kids?
that she's a whore. I don't know that she didn't want them.
Why didn't you keep the kids?
I don't know the circumstances.
Doesn't
That's all
matter.
I can say.
Girls
Maybe
always
Quincy.
get them.
Do you think Quincy was involved?
I don't know who that is.
Quincy was the one that was talking to Phil a few minutes ago that had the
It was a
rather
girl.
large pouch. Al Snow's friend.
Was it a girl?
Huh?
Was it a girl?
Quincy? No, you
That
took
big
pictures
dude.
with him a minute ago.
The big dude.
Yeah, he had like a pouch, like
Quincy!
Quincy.
Quincy.
He'll come back
I think
out.
Crystal might be a hoe.
I think Quincy might know the answer.
If she let her kids go, fuck her.
And you know why else I think he's a
really
good
liked
guy?
her. I liked her so much. You know why I liked her so much?
Why?
Because
she was attractive?
No, I wanted to fuck her. But if she's like that,
you almost never see it happen. And when, I got to know Bobby and his story a little bit.
No,
Well,
you
he
didn't.
actually, fun time, we, he was involved
is
in
this
MMA.
going to be on TV?
Yeah. He was involved in MMA pretty heavy.
Yes.
One year for my birthday, me, him, Quincy, Jay Freddy, who competes in Japan from time to time, and the chairman of
You
the
ain't never been to Japan.
and I've never. Do I want to? And the chairman of the MWF, Neil Manolian, we all watched a UFC fight at Hooters.
Hey, let me tell you.
After an event.
Let me tell you something. Are we on TV?
Yeah. But please don't lean on the table.
One time, me and you know who Robert Morton is, Rock and Roll Express.
Yeah.
Take them blue
Really?
pants
We're
down.
getting close? All right, we got.
Okay, I'll hurry. One time we was in Tokyo, we was
Yeah.
in Japan, and it was his birthday. And I love
Quincy's?
Robert. Huh?
Oh, no, okay, I'm sorry. I thought you meant Quincy.
Robert, yeah, and I love him, man. He's like the best brother in the world. But I hooked him up with this. It's
Japanese
hard.
woman.
Yes, it's hard to get Japanese girls.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's real hard.
Really?
Yeah, and I hooked him up though, and the next day he was like, he said, because we're on TV. I actually, okay, I'm sorry y'all have to hear this. I was fucking my girl. Yeah. And she was making noise. Yeah. And he was, right here, like a tap on the wall. He's right here, and he was fucking the girl that I set him up with, and he's tapping the wall back because she was making noise.
It's almost like a horror.
I'm so embarrassed.
Almost like
right
a
now.
horror
I'm not
movie
gonna
hearing the
say
knocks
nothing
on the
else.
wall. Was there, respectfully, was there not much of a rat scene in Japan?
It's so hard because they don't appreciate. Japanese people don't. They don't want you to be with the girls. You know why? Because they got little dicks, and the American
They're
guys
afraid
got
the white
little,
man would
right.
humble them.
And white guys got a dick like this. Yeah. Black guys got a dick like this.
Forget about that.
They got a little. And I love all my people.
Well, in their genitalia size. All right, wrestling fans, it was another episode where we got through almost absolutely nothing that we had intended to. We hope to have a more focused Marty on the next episode, but enjoyable. If you want to talk about enjoyable, though, Marty,
we got to call some
live show. One of my favorite,
live show.
That's going to be 7 weeks old by the time this airs, mind you.
Okay.
But one of my favorite holidays is coming up. I love Halloween. I am headed to Orlando, Florida, to go to Halloween Horror Nights with Linda Marotti and the Brood this weekend, so I look forward to that.
So y'all still love each other.
We're going to Orlando, Florida together. And you know who is going to be down there at the same time for Halloween Horror Nights? The man whose piece could pass as a horror treat, John Cena Sr. He loves the Halloween horror stuff, so him and I are going to be there at the same time.
You're a weirdo.
Why am I a weirdo?
Because you like him.
He's a great guy.
I like
outside
him too,
of the North Carolina inside job stuff, outside of him, trying to bomb the company.
But y'all going down there? I'm in Jacksonville. You can't come right over and come see me?
From North Carolina? It's not like it's next door.
Oh, I thought you said
but
that.
I'm guessing, I guess we're running out of time. For Marty Jannetty, I am Dan Marotti. We will see you live. No, we're not going to see you live Sunday night. I'm going to be in Florida. But we'll definitely see you Tuesday night for Wrestling Insiders Extreme, our new series. We have shows 7 days a week, but it all rounds out with the main event Thursday nights at 10 after Dark Side of the Ring and Impact on AXS TV. We party with Marty on Wrestling Insiders. For Marty Jannetty, I'm Dan Marotti, Eric Clapton, Quincy Rustani, Matt and his socks, Angelo. Good night from Boston.
Who won the Braves game?
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Even I never know what to expect from Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after Impact on AXS TV and the Dark Side of the Ring, but let me tell you, folks, it's always an adventure, believe me. You should be in the studio when it happens. If you love Marty, and I know you do, he's just one of 8 featured VIP superstars at Boston Wrestling MWF's 20th Anniversary Bash in just 4 weeks from tonight as we go back to the 90s, Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose, Massachusetts with live wrestling, an autograph photo fan fest, VIP exclusive Q&A, plus the kickoff to our Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. Wait until you see the raffle we're going to be having, folks. It is going to blow your mind. It is going to be a live event experience with interactive memories you're never going to forget. I promise you. Order those VIP packages and tickets now at bostonwrestling.com. Meet Marty Jannetty and so many more up close and personal. Rounding out the week is another individual we'll see live on November 13th, a man putting up $10,000 in cold hard cash against his nemesis Cam Zagami. I can only be talking about John Cena Sr. back with another Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. This week, Mr. Cena shoots on the latest in WWE, including the rather boring draft that took place, the lack of interest in Survivor Series in New York City, of all places, WWE Crown Jewel in Saudi Arabia, and more. Here's John
wrestling fans, big night, WWE SmackDown, AEW Rampage, but now it's time for the main event of the night, Wrestling Insiders. Fabulous Fridays. Johnny, we have been busy trying to put together our 20th anniversary celebration. Saturday night, November the 13th, from the historic Memorial Hall, right down the street in Melrose, Massachusetts, when Boston Wrestling MWF goes back to the 90s. 8 featured VIP superstars: Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Bob Backlund, 2 Hall of Famers, Marty Jannetty, the Doctor of Style, Slick, the Berzerker, Doink the Clown, Duke the Dumpster Droese, Aldo Montoya. We have JTG that's going to be in the house, Vice President Oscar, who was former WWF Tag Team Championship manager with Men on a Mission. You're going to be there with Fabo, Pop, and Hot Sauce, and
I'm going to bring some cigars.
oh, you and the cigars, my God. What is it? What novelty don't you have?
We can talk about that later.
All right, we'll talk about that later. All right, Johnny, a lot going on in the world of professional wrestling right now. Our friends in Stamford, Connecticut, who I think we both own a little bit of stock in, it's not looking good. You know, having both the NFL, Monday Night Football, and the Major League Baseball playoffs running against them at the same time, it's a hurting unit right now. It's a hurting unit.
Well, you can tell because they're adding, what, 20 minutes to their Friday show, or 30 minutes? They're going off the air at 10:30 to compete with AEW. I mean...
Commercial free, I believe.
Yeah, well, guess what?
Well, that was just a little while ago at this point.
But what's that tell you?
Well...
We're reaching the bottom. We're trying.
Well, you know, can you look at it like this? Maybe it's not all AEW. Maybe they're just trying to come up with a gimmick to hook people to tune in, because it's going to be on a different channel this week due to the playoffs. It's going to be on FS1. So maybe they're trying to come up with a catch to get people to go out of their way to find it on a new channel for one night.
I just think what's got to happen, truly, you've got 2, in my opinion, it's only my opinion, 2 premier wrestling shows. It's good for competition. You see, that was never there before. It was one furniture store monopolizing the whole area. Now you've got competition, good competition. So you know what? And fans want that. They want to be able to choose to pick. I don't think the need to go till 10:30. Why not stay with the original time frame? You know, the major problem here is present quality professional wrestling, something that the fans want to get into. Look, I'm a fan of WWE, always have been, always will be. But the thing that I'm seeing is, what is there to hold my interest? That's the key right now. And with this shakeup, the draft.
Well, we're going to be talking about that.
Yeah, we'll get into that, I'm sure. But, you know,
wouldn't it have been maybe a more interesting idea, again, to play fantasy booking, so to speak? Maybe announce the first half hour of the show is going to be commercial free. Get them on, hook them with something good, and then what about this? Instead of the show just ending at 10, maybe it doesn't end at 10. Maybe like a Major League sports game, it just keeps going and going until the show ends. If they book it to end at 10:25 or 10:30, so be it. But why advertise it ahead of time? Surprise people.
Well, you remember the old days where they used to run over.
Yeah.
And that was good. The main event would run over. We can't leave you now, folks, because it's a hell of a match. It's a slobber knocker. Well, that's all gone.
And then they killed it when they started promoting that it ended at 11:07.
That's right. It's all over. It's just, the whole thing has got to be rewritten. More and more I sit here, more and more I say to myself, are we really in the business of professional wrestling, or are we in the business of going ka-ching? You know, I look at the product, and I'm sure we're going to discuss this thing in Saudi Arabia. Goldberg's going back in Saudi Arabia. But I just think that they're missing the boat here. It's not about the length of the program, and I have to concur and agree with you, even though some fans may not like that. You're right. If you're going to bait the hook, you might as well bait it at the beginning so the fish will bite. And why not give me that half hour free? Now I'm hooked. I'm in. I'm not going to switch unless you give me your best up front, and then you start to give me less as the program progresses. And that's usually what happens.
Oh,
you can't
absolutely.
do that.
Yeah.
You have to disperse it equally. You've got to make me want to stay. And you know what? Why are people channel surfing? Because you haven't provided the right bait, the right hook. And 1 hour commercial free, half hour commercial free, What are you going to present for your final match that's going to keep me there? Unless Roman Reigns is going to lose that title in that half hour, I'm not sticking around. So
I don't think
that,
we're going to be seeing that happen.
No,
so you're not going to be sticking around.
No, I'm not sticking around. I made my point.
You made your point. All right, point well taken. I think, again, not the worst of ideas. I just think maybe they're doing it a little backwards.
I agree
say
with you.
Start off that way, 8 o'clock, commercial free, set up some kind of a hot angle for a main event, start the main event at 9:55. And then the fans will be like, oh, this is only going to go a couple of minutes. And then surprise them. Don't end it at 10. Just keep going and going and going until whatever it is you're trying to accomplish climax.
And that's what they used to do. They'd open that show up, the two guys or two women, whatever it was, would go head to head. They'd start that battle. Somebody interrupt. Not now, not here. All of a sudden, the big announcement would come. We've talked to the board of directors and Vince McMahon. There will be a championship match, blah, 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 and people hung in. They hung in. Even if you tuned out, you tuned back in. So I think they're missing the boat. They're not presenting good professional wrestling, even though the men and women in that organization are busting their ass. Some of the storylines are just stupid. And people are sitting back and they're saying, you know what? Before, I couldn't go to the bakery and order different cream puffs. I have a choice now. That's what's wrong. And if you want to compete, you've got to amp up. Not let your top stars go. You've got to amp up. And you've got to provide, as you keep saying, that bait. That bait in front is so important. But you got to do it with people who people want to watch.
Well, I have to say, Johnny, I can't believe that now after 35 plus years, I have such little interest in what WWE is putting on television. I'm much more interested in the business happenings, I guess, so to speak. You know, some of the talent maneuvering, so to speak. As far as the actual television shows go, I mean, even SmackDown, which I was really enjoying.
It's kind of going down.
Outside of Roman, there really isn't much. Yep. NXT, the new look. A lot of guys that don't appear to be as ready for TV as they had before at certain points. Raw is just, it's really tough to sit through a lot of the times. The pay-per-views, to be fair, a lot of the times they can be hit, but a lot of the times they can be missed too. I mean, there's just, you know me, I'm a big baseball guy, and I have to say, it'll be a little after the fact when this airs on Friday, but over the course of a week, I saw 3 out of the 4 best baseball games I've ever seen in person.
Wow.
The wild card game with the Yankees, then back-to-back nights walk-off wins against the Tampa Bay Rays to advance to the championship series. Bottom of the 14th home run.
Wow,
off the bat of Christian Vasquez. I mean, that's something I'll remember forever, as opposed to if I'm at home flipping the channel and putting on another Raw with another written, scripted promo, or another match that we've already seen about 18 times. It's just...
Even Roman Reigns, who you know my attitude on him when he came in, I've completely done a 90-degree on Roman. I'm 150% behind what they've done and what he's doing. He's doing a fabulous job. But you know what? How long is that going to last? People are getting tired. People are getting tired of the same stuff all the time. Oh, let's see. Who's going up against them today? Oh, Brock Lesnar? Well, we know he's going to lose. Lesnar's got a job for him. It's like, what's the point? You know what? This element of surprise is gone. The element of telling the story is gone. He is not the strongest individual in the organization. You're bringing back the beast incarnate, the guy that 15 suplexes to my son. Treated him like he was a rag doll. Look at who else he took out. I mean, and you're going to have him, please.
Well, we're going to get there. We're going to get there, Johnny, as we continue with the show. But we had, as we noted, before we go to break, the WWE Draft take place.
Yep.
I think it was very boring and uneventful. They've never explained the rules as to how or why these shows can just randomly pick stars from here or there. I don't know if I discussed this with you, but we did mention it on our Wrestling Insider Stern but via podcast on Sundays. How I'd like to see it done is, as far as the draft goes, I think maybe to try and freshen things up, maybe a week or 2 after WrestleMania, I would have Raw and SmackDown each get maybe 2 or 3 picks each from NXT. Let them bring up the rookie, bring up the youngins, and see if they can compete with the big dogs. Then what I would do is to freshen things up for the new fall season in the NFL. And again, this would take a lot of pacing and patience and preparation. But instead of this nonsense draft where they just randomly pick people and read people's names off, why not look at how, again, professional sports does things, where there is no off-season in WWE, in storyline form, have it written that the contracts expire each year on August 31st. And you create a period of free agency when the superstars could sign with Raw, they could sign with SmackDown, they could sign with NXT, maybe keep the free agency period open for a whole month. So then instead of just 2 shows where you have 2 boring authority personalities reading off, well, Raw is drafted Nikki Ash and Rhea Ripley, and SmackDown is drafted Sami Zayn. At least you have someone could be coming and going on any of those 3 shows for an entire month while they decide which brand they want to sign a contract with. I think that might be interesting as opposed to 2 nights of basically nothing.
Or
the draft I have zero interest in because I don't think anyone that constructs it has ever watched how a major league sports organization has run a draft.
Well, they've changed the way the draft used to be, first of all.
It's changed several times.
Yes, but the thing, if you recall, there is one person that is a free agent.
Yeah, right.
Brock Lesnar.
Right.
He can go wherever he wants. I think the open contract, I can go to Raw or I can go to SmackDown, makes things more interesting. Forget the draft. Forget expiration. Open contract. You got an open contract. When's Marty going to sneak up and belt Reigns from behind and take his belt? You don't know. When are we going to have a SmackDown invasion of Raw or a Raw invasion of SmackDown? But those days were interesting.
That's the problem. Nobody cares because the draft, and it was going to be my segue after we talked about the draft into Survivor Series, which is going to be coming up. But I mean, do you think the draft is executed well or of any interest at this point?
No, look, when I look at
the wrestlers have no loyalty to any of these brands. They're there for such short periods of time. Some of them go brand to brand almost every year.
Absolutely, but what's happened is if you notice the way they handle the draft, they've set up the matches on the other side. That's basically it. I go from here to here because I'm now going to be fighting you. You're going from here to here because I'm going to be doing this. Isn't it funny that the Usos and his wife, they all get to the same, come on, you sit back and you go, please, give me the bucket. It's just, and that's what I mean. There's no interest. It almost is like, and I don't mean to demean or disrespect, but it's all about the ka-ching. You know, and I feel in my heart, and I hope I'm wrong, they're out to put NXT out of business.
You think they want to put NXT out of business?
I think NXT is going to go down the drain. I really do. I just have that feeling. You know, they changed.
Even with the money they're getting from USA Network?
Oh, please. Yeah, but you know what? I don't care what USA is paying. The show's got to produce, and people got to watch it. And trust me.
It still does a pretty respectable cable number each week.
Trust me. Hang in there. I just got that feeling. I just got that feeling that with what's happening now, it just doesn't seem viable. Will they still have a university? Will they still be the top wrestling school in the world? Probably yes. Will there be an NXT? There was never meant to be an NXT to start with.
Well, interesting enough, folks. Right now, I think we're going to take a brief timeout. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders on the flip side. Don't forget, head on over to BostonWrestling.com right now. Tickets on sale for Boston Wrestling MWF's 20th anniversary celebration when we go back to the 90s Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose. BostonWrestling.com. Get those tickets now.
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
At WrestleMania 37, she defeated Asuka to become the new Raw Women's Champion. And here is your chance to own a piece of Rhea Ripley on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. Number 50 of only 50 made, includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Suitable for framing and matting, you'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air thank you on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Rhea Ripley autograph poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
All right, Johnny, welcome back. I know you've got a lot of folks that have been hitting you up looking for those VIPs, but we're running low. We're running low.
Buy them now, get them quick, because I don't want to hear from anybody else. Gee, I'm disappointed. I tried to get in, I couldn't get one. Now's the time. It's like a hot dog on the grill. It's hot, they're ready to go. Get it. Don't miss out. The benefits of that VIP open a lot of doors. I tell you, if I show up, we'll see. If I don't get what I want, we'll see. But guess what? I'd be buying a ticket right now.
And do you know what goes good with the hot dog on the grill?
What's that?
A little Fabo Pop.
Yeah,
Ice
Fabo
cold
Pop,
Fabo
little hot
Pop.
sauce. Oh, wow. Oh, let's do it.
Well, I know Quincy Rastani's a big hot dog fan. Maybe he'll try some of your Fabo Pop on November 13th. I know you had some issues with Reno Chastain as the salesman in the past.
I got the table all set.
You got
I got two people taking care of it.
You got a warrior.
I got two of them.
We're not going to run into that problem we had before with the Fabo Pop. A lot of people got to enjoy the Fabo Pop.
Yeah, they did. They got to enjoy it free. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it's all right, though.
Poor Reno just said, go down there. I don't think he knew where there was. But anyway, that's a different story for a different time. We mentioned the draft, which I thought was horrible, Johnny. Very ineffective, very boring, nothing of much consequence. And we move on to, okay, what's up next? Well, we have this big draft where no one is really attached to either brand or everybody is new to either brand. So now let's try and sell one of our big four pay-per-views around these brand-to-brand supremacy. Survivor Series is doing pretty bad right now. It's not like the VIP packages from back to the 90s. It's the Barclays Center in Brooklyn is a hurting unit right now. In WWE's own backyard, in their home, Survivor Series, it's doing some pretty lackluster ticket sales right now. Why do you think that is, Johnny? Do you think that the Survivor Series gimmick of Raw versus SmackDown has run its course?
Take a look at some of the matches.
People don't care about the champion versus champions because they might have just been with each other on the same brand a week ago.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You're taking the words right out of my mouth.
Sorry.
No, that's
Yeah,
good.
have 'em back.
It's good. You can. It's good to think that we think alike in many cases. I just think they've done a disservice to the fans, and again, God bless those men and women who work for the WW, and the NXT. They bust their ass every day. I was backstage. I was part of that for a while. I saw what it really took to put a show together. God bless those kids and those grown men back there. The producers, Vince McMahon, Triple H, Michael Hayes. Wow, unbelievable. I think they're doing a disservice to everyone. Survivor Series may not survive.
Well, you know, it used to be one of those pay-per-views back in the quote-unquote good old days when it was one of the big four every year.
I was there for it.
It was a Thanksgiving night tradition.
Yep.
At one point, then a Thanksgiving Eve tradition until it went to the Sunday format in 1995. just disappointing. You know, you'd like to think in New York that it would be almost an automatic sellout. Do you think it would have sold out if it was at MSG? Do you think it would have made a difference to the two venues or no?
Yeah, I do. Madison Square Garden is the place to go, even though I've never been there.
We got to get you. You know what? As bad as things are right now, I think you'd still appreciate that venue.
I might go someday. I'd like to be there. I'd like to see it. My son's wrestled there. I've never even seen my son wrestle there.
Why
So,
haven't you ever gone down?
I've never been asked.
Well, every show you go to, you're personally invited?
No.
Oh.
No, I'm not.
But you wanted a personal invite to MSG.
That would be an outstanding thing. But no. And you know, they're very generous and very kind to me. I can't thank them enough, or my son.
I'm sure you'd be a welcome guest.
Yeah, my son has treated me very well. So when it comes to that, but I was back there. I've seen it all, but I've never been to Madison Square Garden. I think it's like the old Boston Garden. That just was a great spot. People loved it. The train would come in. People would rush up. The superstars would be coming by. It was just the place. And I think Madison Square Garden holds that nostalgia, where a lot went down in professional wrestling. Bruno Sammartino, Pedro Morales. You know, you look at Bob Backlund with his manager Arnold Skolin. You talk about Aldo Montoya. I think some of the fans need to know, the newer fans need to know that that's just incredible. And he is just incredible when you see this guy in the ring. I've worked with him.
Former ECW world champion.
Let me tell you, I've worked with him. And I'm going to tell you something. That super kick is a super kick. I got it.
Well, you want to know what I think is nice about MSG? I can't speak for the TV tapings, but at least for the non-televised house shows.
Yep.
Do you know who is always an invited guest that they sit in the front row?
You?
No.
Who's that?
One of your former Flames. Betty Scoland.
Oh, wow.
And I think that's very nice that they do that.
She's
for her.
a sweet person.
Yeah.
She really is a great human being.
Isn't that nice, though, that they still do that they go out of their way to go, and I'm sure they send a car service to pick her up. Yeah.
She's just, I remember at WrestleMania, when
Wait a minute. Howard's going wild. Well, it's better than him dying, I guess. All right, wrestling fans, we'll take a brief time
still
out.
on.
We'll be back after this time out. Johnny, please, you got a pulse.
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay.
On October 28th, 2020, Wrestling's Scariest Night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Hopefully, Johnny, you're all mic'd up now and ready to go.
Wow, I didn't realize that cut out, but you know, Moniz is always saying, shut up.
Well, has Moniz ever been to Madison Square Garden?
Yes, she has.
And what has she been there for? A concert or?
No, concert. And believe it or not, her son Tom Nash is a big wrestling fan. So her former spouse, Tom Nash Sr., used to bring Tom Nash Jr., and Moniz would go sometimes to the wrestling shows.
So Moniz has been to see wrestling at the Garden, but not JFab.
Well, she's seen a little bit of live wrestling. She was impressed when I took her down to do the Make-A-Wish show I did in Connecticut. She'd never been that close to the stars or that close to the action. So I would say, really, that was probably her first time being really exposed to it. But she's seen it, but never took an interest.
Well, wait until Saturday night, November the 13th, when she sees her ball getting all hot and heavy in the squared circle.
Well,
you never know with you. You're always ready to...
We haven't finished collaborating yet.
There's still no, you're right. You're right. There's a lot of collaboration to go. There's a lot of collaborating to do. But that's a different story for a different time. Again, fans, BostonWrestling.com. Those VIP packages are going. We've probably sold a couple in this show. Knock on wood,
We
baby.
should have. I hope
want
so.
them gone. I want them sold out.
How many we got left to go?
I don't know the exact number, but they're doing very well. They're doing very well. And again, you know what? We are people that love you. If you give us some love, we'll give you some love back. Like you said,
Tell you what, you got
there's
at least
no law that says
you got at least 25.
Oh, many more than that.
Well, I'll tell you what. First 25 that are sold with this program get a free autographed bottle of Fabo Pop.
Wow, Jesus, Johnny. What's your name? Santa Claus? Oh no, that's in December.
I love the fans. I'll tell you what. First 25 get a VIP package. You get your choice. Free autographed bottle of Fabo Pop.
There is no law that says we have to cut off the VIP guests at 8. We could go 9, we could go 10. You guys give us some love, we'll give you some love back. We're those kind of people.
It's the way to go.
Hey,
way to go.
You know what? We can only do a 20th
You know what we'll
anniversary
do?
once.
It's either going to be a signed bottle of Fabo Pop, John Cena Sr., or a signed autographed bottle of my hot sauce.
And you know what? The last person that gets one is going to win.
Who?
The last
What are
person
they
that
gonna
buys
win?
a ticket, they're going to be put into a raffle for Win a Date with Piggott. So don't delay. Don't be the last one to get the ticket. You don't want to win that prize, baby, let me tell you. You know what someone, they actually chimed in and said, though, Johnny? They said, I know your children grew up in the 80s. Do you remember the program, The Facts of Life?
Yes, I do.
They said she kind of looks a little bit like Edna Garrett.
What are we talking about now? Saudi Arabia? The draft?
Let's get back to business.
No
and
wonder
that
you
is
get
the,
letters.
The lack of business at Survivors.
Beyond my abilities at the moment.
Well, Siri.
What was
Even
that?
Siri. For whatever reason, my Siri is a black guy.
That's great.
Siri. I use Siri. I have an iPhone 12. I don't know how to use it, but the phone must have been hearing us talk about maybe Piggott's in my phone. This is out of control, Johnny.
It
You
is
talk about
Halloween.
you having shadow people
It is
guiding
Halloween.
you all over wherever you go. I've got the iPhone tapping into our conversation. And it used to be on my old phone, an English-sounding female woman, and now it's an African-American gentleman.
God
I
bless
didn't
him.
know there were different voices. But anyway.
Well,
Why doesn't anyone want to go to Survivor Series? And do you think the tickets will wind up selling?
I think they'll sell it at a discount. I think
really?
I think they'll paint the house.
One of those deals?
Yeah.
Think it'll be Comp City?
Yeah, because, well, just take a look at the sales to date. Look at what's happening. I mean, you know.
Are you going down?
No.
No.
I think that what's happening right here is the fans are sending a message. I certainly hope that you get the message, because it might not be only Survivor Series that this ends up happening to. I can remember with my boys, after Thanksgiving meal, we were ready. I had the DVD, the VCR set up. I've got tapes of those shows. We look forward to that. Now, as you say,
What are you going to miss? If you don't see it, what are you going to miss?
Nothing.
That's the problem. That's the problem. That used to be one of their, what you call a tent pole event of the year. That was something to really look forward to, something that would be built up. You might even see a tease for something that might start being built towards WrestleMania. It was a really great event.
It's over.
But now it's just more of the same. Raw versus SmackDown, even though everybody's on both shows, it seems like, at different points of the year. even though it seems like they flip-flop almost every year, going back and forth with this pointless draft. I mean, why have a draft where everybody changes brands 6 weeks before the brand versus brand pay-per-view? It makes no sense.
Because they're trying to see. You got to understand the mentality. We're trying to line up new rivalries.
But if they were just together on the same show, what difference does it make?
Well, okay, now I got to side with you. It doesn't make any sense. But that's the key. That's the reason.
You know, like I've said before, I want to like it, Johnny. I don't want to be so negative towards it, but there's just no enjoyment anymore towards it. And instead of being that guy that's going to sit there every week, and for a while, you got to remember, we were doing those, talk about a workload, we were doing a review of Raw, NXT, AEW Dynamite, and SmackDown each week, individual podcast shows. And it just got to the point where if all we're going to do is sit there and complain about how bad it is, what is the point in being so negative about it? Just stop watching it.
Just stop watching. And
That's all you can do. I enjoy it live, but I can't sit there week in and week out and watch them from start to finish. I'll lose my mind.
I say that to a lot of people. If you're not satisfied with the product, don't mouth off. Don't put stuff on the board. Just stop watching. That will get their attention. It's like the economy. Oh, beef's too high, chicken's too high, cereal's too high, gas is too high. Stop buying the product. Don't drive as much. If every person in the United States stayed home one day, the country is in deep shit in plain English because it's the working person that keeps us going.
Right.
And gasoline will come down. And the price of beef and chicken and cereal will come down. The trouble is we're afraid to be without. Now they're buying diapers. There's going to be a shortage. I can't
There's
wait.
There's going to be a shortage of diapers?
Oh, yeah. They're
Why
buying,
is that?
Manufacturing pulp or whatever it is. And now I can't wait. I'm sitting back going, man, it's going to be a great Christmas. You won't be able to get a Christmas tree now. There's going to be a shortage.
They don't even have trees now.
Shortage of Christmas trees.
Why is there real or fake ones?
Real. And now what they're expecting. Because I guess out west, the drought killed a lot of the trees.
Okay.
So there's going to be a shortage there. And now they're saying there's going to be a shortage on artificial trees because people are not going to get the real ones. Buy your tree now. You know what? What's that show, Stop the Insanity? This is exactly where we're at. And the professional wrestling world needs to stop the insanity. Look at the reality. But again, it sounds to me like somebody's only interested in this.
Well, there's going to be a lot less of that. It's going to sound like quarters instead of dollars at the Barclays Center on November 21st.
You know what? Come to think about it, one of the suspects I'm throwing in for this Cam Zagami brain, I'm throwing in Cena Jr., John Cena Jr.
You think your son may be involved?
You know what?
Well,
he was with that clown on the reality show, wasn't he?
I'll tell you this, and this came from the horse's ass himself, Cam. I remember him telling me, this is way back around when the show was on TV. He said, as it was wrapping up, he said, well, say hello to your father for me. And John said to him, you'll probably see him before me. Well?
That's true. You know what? Suspect included.
Do you think that maybe John could resent the fact that, where he's so tied up in his movies, he can't be involved in the king of sports as much as he'd like to due to time commitments? And maybe he's resentful of you.
And very true. Maybe he's using the puppet. I'll have to do more research on that. Anyway,
back to the topic at hand,
just
which is
throw that out.
Survivor Series. I think John, if he wasn't making a TV show or movies or whatever claim to fame he is in November, he would certainly help sell some tickets to Survivor Series.
Yeah.
Maybe if they announce that Brock is going to be there, maybe that'll help. I don't know if Brock is on it or not, but it's just I think it speaks volumes to the lack of interest in the product overall that they can't sell out Survivor Series. Not just sell out Survivor Series, but sell out Survivor Series in New York City. That's sad to me.
That'd be like trying to sell out Survivor Series in Philadelphia and not be able to do it. Philadelphia is a great wrestling town. If you can't do it in New York, you're hurting.
I just think the concept is dry and it's stale.
Well, you know what? You and I can sit here and debate this all day.
But we agree, so it's hard, yeah.
Right, and the fans can complain about it all day.
Well, you know what, folks? What do you think? We have the premier chat box going right now to my right. Type in what you think about Survivor Series. Do you have any interest in it? Let us know what you thought about the WWE draft. If you're not watching during the live premiere, the cool thing is, in the comment section below, you can share your thoughts as well. And Johnny and I can read them after the fact, so we can see what you guys think about us jibber-jabbering each and every week. As the program is winding down, we have a nice clock, thanks to Howard Miller now, so I have a better idea of where we are in my crazy mind. There was so much to go through, Johnny. I'm going to try and have to skip ahead a little bit. This Thursday afternoon, I know you're going to be tied to the Fabo Supertron TV set that you have, 92 inches, I'm told, for the Crown Jewel pay-per-view, coming from, I don't know where in Saudi Arabia. I'm not sure if it's the Kingdom of Jeddah or somewhere else, but are you looking forward to Crown Jewel? Some big matches signed. Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns will clash for the Universal Championship.
Who do you think is going to win?
I'm going to go with Roman.
I think I'm going to have to go with that.
You also have a big-time grudge match after what happened at SummerSlam. Bobby Lashley takes on Billy Goldberg, a revenge match, and one of what could be one of Goldberg's final matches with the company.
I said it before, I'll say it again. I wouldn't want to be in a bar fight against Goldberg. But you know what?
You don't want to watch him on TV anymore either.
No, they've used it. I'm tired. You know why? They've jobbed him so many times. They've taken away a lot of his credibility. They have not used the man in the right way. So now what you're going to do is you're going to put him in there one more time. You strip the man of the title that should have held on to that title, and now you're going to put Goldberg back in the same position he was in before. Billy Goldberg, and I'm not being derogatory, I do not disrespect him. If he can go 5 minutes, it'll be good.
Do you think Lashley lays down for Goldberg?
I do not.
You think Lashley goes over?
Yes, I do.
Well, you know what? I'd like to think that that's going to be the case, but I mean, did Goldberg agree to come back to lose constantly?
You know what? It's like Brock Lesnar. I really don't care as long as the check clears.
All right, well, I'm kind of up in the air on that one. I can't see you have Lashley lose again, so I think they find a way to have Lashley win. Maybe Billy Goldberg returns at Survivor Series and they're on opposing teams.
Maybe Big E comes in and makes a save.
Well, speaking of Big E, he'll be putting the WWE Championship on the line against Drew McIntyre in a match that I think about zero fans have interest in. I think the McIntyre experiment, I hate to say it, I wanted to give it a shot, but I think it's failed. I don't think he is
miserably.
He's not the answer, and I don't think Big E is the answer. And yet we have this championship match. Is it in the Kingdom?
Who else do you know what? Every one of these guys, how many more guys, like I keep saying, how many more can Roman Reigns work? Who's going to work Big E? Who hasn't he worked? You've taken a guy like McIntyre, who has the look, who has the ability, and you squash the guy. And now you put him against Big E. Who do you think's going to win?
Who do you got?
You don't got nobody.
You want to know why it's almost a dead giveaway?
I may have to put the tights on.
McIntyre's going to SmackDown the next day.
No kidding.
So who do you think goes over in the Kingdom?
Oh, think it's going to be Big E? And I said this to everybody.
Yeah.
When you and I can sit here and predict the outcome of these matches, and there's nothing wrong with that, but why? What's the point? In the day and age when I was involved, you couldn't do that. Vince would throw so many swerves at you, you didn't know which end was up. You never knew. I remember the referee grabbing the ear, and the guy that was supposed to go over didn't go over. Wow, what a swerve. Look at Bob Backlund when Arnold Skolin threw the towel in. Man, there's so many things that...
Well, no, I'm not disagreeing with you. I was just...
No, go ahead.
I'm gearing up. I'm so excited about Crown Jewel. Of course, they have to have a women's match now to show how much progress WWE has created in Saudi Arabia. When the ladies will be out there and would almost look like pajamas competing.
Sasha Banks against...
Sasha Banks, Bianca Belair, and Becky Lynch for the... I think it's the I don't know if it's the SmackDown or the Raw Women's Championship due to the draft, but they'll be competing for some championship that no one really cares about.
So guess what?
Who do you think leads with the gold?
Well, I'll be telling you right now, it has to be Becky Lynch.
I think it's an easy way to get the belt off of Becky without... Oh, wait, this is the timer. Oh, wow, it even beeps.
Wow, did you know
Wait
that?
a minute.
For a while, I thought it was,
Oh, we need to hit the mute button, Howard. We're not done yet.
I thought it was
Thank
Biden.
you.
I thought Biden was calling.
Sleepy, are you all right?
Yeah.
Get Dr. Jill.
We have a mandate about, you've got to get vaccinated, but Congress is exempt, the aides are exempt. You know what, Joe? Everybody's got to be included.
All right. Well, speaking of everybody being included, you think Becky is going to retain the championship?
No.
Or do you think it'll be an easy way to get the belt off her in a triple threat where Sasha could pin Bianca, Bianca could pin Sasha in their pajamas?
Becky Lynch is going to come out on top.
Yeah. And do you think she'll have like Irish colored pajamas on?
You got to remember, and I give these women credit, I really do, for having the guts to go into a country that doesn't accept women as who they are, intelligent, strong, able to do the job. So I give them credit, number one. What they have to wear is based on what they're required to do to complete the job. So I'm looking at it from the standpoint that we'll see what happens. I think Lynch has got to come out on top.
What about a match I'm actually looking forward to seeing? How about this? A match I'm actually looking forward to seeing. In the Hell in the Cell, Edge against Seth Rollins. I guess you're not.
No, you know what? They've done it.
Not in the cell.
I don't care whether
Not in the cell.
I don't care if it's in Biden's basement or your back room in the studio. They've done the clash. They've done it. So what are you going to do to rev it up? Add a little more blood? Somebody's going to get really injured?
I'd love to see some blood.
And somebody's going to get really injured and taken on a stretcher? Is somebody going to have to take time off? You know what? The new original is what we need. We're not getting that. We're getting repeat. It's like reruns in the fall or the summer of TV shows. Be original here. Look, I'm going to tell you, I was involved with Edge. Greatest talent, really, at that time for what we needed. Rollins is another great talent.
The
two of them,
gimmick, that's all.
That's right. The two of them will pull it off. But you know what? God bless you, because I really don't care.
Really? No, I got to say, that's the match I'm looking forward to.
Good.
I know the other match maybe that is on your DVR list will be Mansoor taking on Mustafa Ali one-on-one. Another tag team that lasted for about a month and a half, and now they've broken up, and they'll be going at it one-on-one at Crown Jewel. Do you have a prediction?
I'm not even interested.
But do you have a prediction?
No.
I say you have to go with Mansoor, but that is just I. And rounding out the card,
He's the bigger of the two, the stronger. He's the one that want to put over.
Yeah, and I believe a native of that
Yeah, he
part
is,
of the world.
Saudi Arabia, yeah.
And tag team titles will be on the line when RK Bros, one of the worst names I've ever heard. I think Randy Orton's extreme talents are taken down a notch by Matt Riddle's stupidity, one man's opinion. They'll be defending the titles against AJ Styles and Omos, who's almost like a lifeless Shaquille O'Neal. Not a lot of personality there, Johnny. He didn't go to the John Cena Senior School of Verbal Ability.
Wow.
There's not a lot going on with Omos.
Well, you know who's going to lose, don't you?
Who do you think is going to do the job in that?
Styles and his partner.
Who is going to take the pen? Shaq?
Who?
Shaq?
Shaq O'Neal?
Yeah. Almost? Or do you think they'd protect him? And
No.
AJ does the job again.
Well, you know what? Well, I've noticed one thing. Styles has been jobbing out quite a bit. Maybe he's coming to the end. I don't know. But for a red-hot guy, they certainly have brought him down a couple of rungs. It may be they want to protect our friend almost, and Styles takes the fall. But
I really don't. I hate to say it, but
I'm not interested.
I don't care
No, nope, not interested.
Isn't that awful?
So guess what? The Fabitron's not going on that day.
Well, you know what I do like, though? I don't know if they're going to have it at this particular stadium, but for the, I don't know if they're called Sheiks or whatever they may be over there, but, you know, they almost have like those leather recliners like they used to have at the Revere movie theater.
Oh, the Sheiks.
Yeah.
The Sheiks. Yeah,
Sheiks?
I'm sorry.
Is that what they're called?
It's called Sheiks, yeah.
The people?
Well, no.
Or the chairs?
No, the chairs I don't know.
Oh, the people are called Sheiks,
Yeah.
not Sheiks.
No, Sheiks.
What is a sheik?
I didn't shake.
Sheik or
Sheik.
shake?
I had Sheik. You can say both.
Oh, some people say shake? Oh, I didn't know that. See, you always learn something.
I'm sorry the Revere place went out of business.
Yeah, me too. That was my movie theater, John.
Yeah, I enjoyed that.
And I haven't been going as much since because there's not one as close to me.
Well, you know, I just sat back and thought of an idea about those empty theaters. In Rochester, New York, what they're doing is they're taking those theaters, and of course in Rochester, there are a lot of local theater groups. They use those, and the local groups rent those and present very professional theater there. As a matter of fact, there's one where it was like a 4 cinema. It's 4 different theaters. They brought in Avenue Q from Broadway. They brought in some real good shows. Why don't they do that instead of tearing them down and closing them? I don't have the money.
I think for the one in Revere, it was just a case of, Amazon offered the right price.
Oh, yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
But, I mean, some of the other theaters I'm seeing around here, I wish I had more money in my pocket because I'd pick one up and use it for professional theater.
Now you're talking.
It's on the way back.
All right, wrestling fans, we're running out of time. The good news is, after SmackDown and AEW next week, we'll be back to talk more about the king of sports, professional wrestling. For John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marotti. Don't forget, we're getting yet closer and closer and closer. We are just a month and a day away from the big one, Saturday night, November the 13th, Memorial Hall in Melrose. Boston Wrestling MWF celebrates 20 years as we go back to the 90s. VIP packages and tickets on sale now. BostonWrestling.com. For John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marotti. Until we speak again, folks, good night from Boston.
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Join John Cena Sr. every Friday after SmackDown and AEW Rampage for a brand new episode of Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. Fans will be able to purchase his Fabo Pop Soda and brand new hot sauce at Memorial Hall on November the 13th. I don't know if you're going to feel like you're back to the 90s drinking the Fabo Pop, but that remains to be seen. Fans, unfortunately, it's that time again. I always tell you I'd love to hang around and talk wrestling all night, but I'm probably getting ready to pass out if I'm still awake as I chat along with you guys in the premiere box as we have a big weekend ahead. Don't forget, we hope to be back Live tomorrow for another fun out of the box watch along. Stay tuned to our social media and YouTube channel for updates on that. Again, 4 short weeks from right now. I think I'm going to feel like one of the guys in the Hangover movie as we wind down our Boston Wrestling MWF 20th anniversary Back to the 90s live wrestling event and fan fest. That's right, Saturday, November the 13th. It's coming up quick. Memorial Hall, Melrose, Mass. Someone's calling me right now about it. It's shaping up to be the biggest event in our 20-year history. You gotta join us live. The VIP packages and tickets are on sale now at bostonwrestling.com. Again, if you're outside of the Northeast, our Patreon streaming service is becoming more important than ever before as we gear up to head back to Tampa the first week in December for Wrestle House 2, as our Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks efforts go into overdrive with Wrestling Insiders tapings, live episodes, and cyber autograph signings. We've got some cool guests lined up, some old friends, some new friends. We need the Patreon numbers to increase. We're going to be tinkering with how we do things on the YouTube episodes this month to see if it helps the cause to get you to sample the goods, to get you to join the Boston Wrestling Patreon family, La Familia, at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. And believe me, fans, if it's mid-October now, how soon is it going to be before we start seeing the lights, the Christmas trees, the music? Our Boston Wrestling eBay store is open 24/7. Cool merchandise with superstars from every era. Click on the link in the description box below or go to bostonwrestling.com and click the store option. Every single purchase helps keep wrestling legends working. Don't forget to tip the bartender using the Super Chat button. It's that little gray dollar sign under the Premier Chat box, or you can use Venmo at Boston Wrestling, or you can use PayPal with the email address bw@bostonwrestling.com. Again, every dollar helps us keep producing these shows. Again, the little things help a ton too. Let YouTube's algorithms know you love what we're doing. Share your thoughts in the live premiere box or in the comment section below after the fact. Give the video a big thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. Again, it's free to subscribe. Over 2,000 videos in our archives. Share the link with friends and fellow fans. We can make what we're doing now bigger and better than ever before as we officially kick off our third decade. Running out of time, fans, and I'm not talking about Den Fan. Hope you can join myself and Tiger Mulligan for Wrestling Insider's Stern But Fair tomorrow night. If you haven't checked out our Sunday night podcast, you should, as we have a lot of laid-back, relaxed fun. In a lot of ways, it's my favorite show of the week. Until then, folks, be well, stay healthy. Good night from Boston. Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Thank you for joining us. Please give the video a big thumbs up, leave us a comment, and subscribe to the channel to enjoy more great content. Don't forget, you can help keep wrestling legends working. Check out our eBay store and join the Boston Wrestling family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling so we can produce more in-depth shoot interviews.